Chapter 13:11. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't worried about the changes in the outside world. In fact, according to his judgment, these people had come too late. In any domain, the control of the upper echelons of power was the cornerstone of the domain's continued development. Usually, it wasn't seen because it wasn't necessary. In the turmoil of the universe, this kind of control would naturally appear, just like now, when the outside world entered the Heaven's Choice continent, they had to undergo screening and inspection. This was the case for the outside world, but it wasn't any different for the inside world. To resist the outside world, one must first settle the inside world. This was a principle that every major power understood. What was the upper echelons of the Heaven's Choice continent? Of course, it was the 36 superior nations. Of course, some of them had already declined. These powers, as well as their widely distributed subordinates, formed a comprehensive monitoring of the Heaven's Choice continent. Different powers were arranged according to the order of priority. Although these things couldn't be seen, they actually existed. Especially in the early stages of the Great Change. For a power like the Sword Range, in the Heaven's Choice continent, if one were to count it in terms of quantity, it would be between the small and medium-sized countries. Because of its scattered nature and lack of organization, it would usually not be placed in the eyes of the upper echelons. But if these people gathered together and didn't disperse for a long time, and considering the Sword Vein's superior fighting ability, such a group could already be considered a relatively powerful medium-sized nation in the Heaven's Choice continent. Their ranking should be in the hundreds. Of course, this was the view of the upper echelons of the Heaven's Choice continent. In Lu Xiaoyi's view, other than not having the Sun God, his Sword Vein's power was already comparable to a slightly weaker superior nation. When these people gathered in the Sword Dao tablet for 50 years without dispersing, of course there would be people who would think twice. The Sword Vein was too united. If they couldn't break in, they could only use external disturbances to test their response and use this as the basis for their next move. In a sense, it was better to fight than to remain indifferent. At least it would appear more natural, because the Sword Vein had never been an orthodoxy that could endure silently. As for the uncontrollable results, he wasn't worried at all. This was because this place was the buffer zone between humans and immemorial beasts. With the existence of immemorial beasts, the upper echelons of Heaven's Choice wouldn't dare to attack this place directly. They had to ensure the stability of this region. This was the prerequisite for leaving this place. Lu Xiaoyi walked into the three-birth realm, ignoring the disturbance in the outside world. The more chaotic it was, the safer it would be. Only when everything was calm would he need to be extra vigilant. Right now, he would just treat this as a test for the swordsman to see the results of his cultivation. Surprisingly, there was no Crow Ancestor's sword wish in the Three Births realm. This was no longer the challenge segment, so there were no flying swords attacking. There was only a stone tablet that appeared out of thin air with a few names written on it. Lu Xiaoyi understood that this was Senior Shenyuan, who had entered the Sword Dao tablet before him and was at the Three Lives realm. Chong Lu. 3 Qins. Wu Shixing. Hu Xuedao. He was the fifth. He had only heard of the 3 Qins name, and it was on the sect's 3 Lives jade slip. Then, were these ancestors alive or dead? Was it in some unspeakable place? He knew nothing about it. The only thing he knew was that at least in this kind of cosmic prelude, the ancestors would not jump out, because there were too many ancestors. Now, he was being invited to drink tea. At the same time, he was looking at the disciples and grand-disciples below him fighting for fun. There were too many old grandpas, and that was also a problem. There was no movement in the space, and it was lifeless, but he knew how to start. Looking at the 4 names carefully, the words were filled with the aura of an authentic Shenyuan swordsman. It seemed like Crow Ancestor was also a fake defy. When it came to the real chapter, those who could enter had to be of the orthodox Shenyuan bloodline without exception. It was a little stingy, but it was very intimate. If it was him, he might not be able to do what Crow Ancestor did. What could it be? He was also very curious. The flying sword flew out and slowly carved his name on the stone tablet. At this moment, the gap between them was immediately apparent. The stone tablet seemed illusory, But in fact, the strength of the person who entered was relatively high if they wanted to leave their name on the sword. Or perhaps, Crow Ancestor did not consider the possibility that a small perfected cultivator could reach this step. The stone tablet was so hard that Lu Xiaoyi had to use all his strength to barely leave a mark on it. Every stroke was extremely strenuous. Was this the strength of an immortal? Among the first 4 names, Chong Lu's engraving was the deepest. Next was San Qin, followed by Wu Shixing and Hu Xuedao. These 2 people's engraving was almost the same. It was exactly the same as the time they entered. This trend did not change in Lu Xiaoyi's place, but instead accelerated. It seemed to indicate that Xuanyuan's inheritance was like a weasel that had laid down the mice, and each nest was worse than the last. He was a little worried that with his imprint and the aura that was different from the previous 4 seniors, would Crow Ancestor think that he was a fake? Fortunately, Crow Ancestor's vision would not be wrong. When he finished the last stroke, the space began to react. 2 Taoists, oh no, 2 things began to appear in the space, as if it was a battle. There were flying swords and spells, and his perspective began to change to that of the one who released the flying sword. Understood. In the 3 lives realm, it was actually simulating Crow Ancestors severing 3 lives against the enemy. With Crow Ancestor's vision, he observed the opponent's 3 lives transformation. During this period, there was no preaching, nor was there any specific secret technique. The focus was on how to discover the opponent's 3 lives transformation during the battle, and how to create opportunities to seize the moment of victory or defeat. This was the most precious inheritance Lu Xiaoyi had ever seen, because those who fell under the sword were all fresh young spirit lives. Even half immortals. This was even more high-end than simply teaching people to look at 3 lives. Because in the process of battle, one had to grasp the opponent's psychological changes, the influence of the environment, the situation of the battlefield, the characteristics of the character, and many tricks. Not only were you looking at the opponent, but the opponent was also looking at you. You were cutting people's 3 lives, and they were also cutting your 3 lives. Ordinary cultivators, when they reached the young spirit realm, had very few chances of successfully cutting people, because when they found that their strength was not enough and there was danger, there was always a chance to escape, and 3 lives was the biggest life-saving card. Perhaps only a swordsman like Crow Ancestor had the experience of cutting people's 3 lives in the supremacy realm. It was not an armchair strategist like most of the sect's ancient book. It was more practical and maneuverable. In many battles, even with Crow Ancestor's ability, he had to repeatedly cut his opponent's 3 lives to accurately find the specific location of 3 lives. There were not many examples of a single sword to determine the outcome of a battle. In fact, in the battle with Crow Ancestor, he discovered the biggest characteristic of a swordsman. Just as the 3 Qin said, the advantage of a swordsman was not to look at 3 lives, but to cut them. More often than not, they relied on their powerful ability to detect the opponent's past and future resurrection points by cutting them down. Then, did Crow Ancestor learn from the 3 Qin? Or did the 3 Qin learn from Crow Ancestor? Chapter 1312. This was Lu Xiaoyi's first time learning someone else's killing technique seriously. What he was looking at was not the specific moves, but the way of thinking. His theoretical knowledge was already sufficient. Ever since Yuanying incorporated the Heavenly Heart strategy into his 3rd technique, he had been planning for this day. Monarch proof, carefree travel, and the orthodox Taoist inheritance of the Primeval Cave, all of these together had built a considerable foundation for him. This foundation might not be comparable to the thousands of years of thinking of the Taoist true monarchs, but there was no need for a swordsman to reach the pinnacle in theory. Theory came from practice, and the principle of a swordsman was to directly put it into practice. The Crow Ancestor's method was different from his. This was very obvious from the moment they entered the green boundary realm. Relatively speaking, if there was a comparison between the 2, Lu Xiaoyi was more proficient in long-range attacks, while the Crow Ancestor was more balanced. His specialty was being well-rounded in mid-range attacks, but both of them emphasized on close-range attacks. This was also the last hurdle for a top-notch swordsman. This was only their specialty, but it was not all. In fact, For a swordsman with their combat power, there was no obvious shortcoming. The so-called shortcoming was only compared to other aspects, it was not really a loophole. This was their personal style, and it was shown in the killing 3 lives. Lu Xiaoyi naturally would not copy the Crow ancestors' combination completely. He had a combination that was more suitable for himself, and it had proven its value in the previous 5 realms. What the Crow ancestor demonstrated here was a philosophy, and it was his understanding of the killing 3 lives. How to find the opponent's past. How to determine the opponent's future. How to kill 3 lives at the same time in a split second. One of the highlights was when the opponent appeared in the real world after continuously killing the opponent. Was the opponent's rebirth characteristic? Was it a habit to be reborn from the past? Or did it like to be reborn from the future? This would expose the opponent's hidden cultivation core, and it was not something that could be easily faked. There would always be a focus, a bias, and constant repetition would allow one to find the most fatal thing from within. After repeatedly killing the opponent's rebirth datum was concealed. There must be some kind of pattern, some kind of internal connection. It was impossible for it to do as it please. This was because a cultivator might have countless pasts, all of which were reflected in the depths of his soul. However, his rebirth base would never change. It was hidden in one of the countless past. In battle, he would try his best to use other past reflections to cover up this base reflection. How could he distinguish it? It was the same for the future. Cultivators had countless plans for their future, but which one was real? Were those just for show? Or unripe? With a single sword strike, one could instantly determine whether or not a cultivator had the ability to kill a sun god. This kind of ability was actually rare among the Yang gods. In fact, most of the Yang spirits had never had the chance to kill an opponent of the same level in their lives, because they lacked practice. It was also impossible for them to have many opportunities to practice it. While they were experimenting with others, others were also experimenting with them. Was this the reason he had cultivated to the Sun Spirit realm? At the very least, from the core ideology of Taoism and Buddhism, this was a minor issue. Therefore, the duel between sun gods was often a waste of time. There were only a few fierce orthodoxies that truly aimed to kill the other party's 3 lives. It was also because of this characteristic that none of them were able to develop and grow stronger. To kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own men, this was an iron law in the cultivation world. In this sense, the 3 lives realm built by the Crow ancestor was the most precious inheritance in the universe. It even went against the harmony of the heavens. Therefore, he only demonstrated the many battles in his life, but never left behind a word or 2. Under the constraints of the heavenly Tao, he crazily probed. Time slipped away as Lu Xiaoyi watched the battle. The Crow ancestor had demonstrated 19 times of the 3 lives cut, 17 of them were successful, and 2 of them were unsuccessful. Lu Xiaoyi knew that this was not all of the ferocious ancestor's battle records. He had only selected some of the most representative battle records and left out the ones that relied on chance and luck because they might have an unrealistic impact on the later generations. There was also a surprise. Chong Lu. Lu Xiaoyi vaguely remembered the name Chong Lu. He seemed to have heard the elders mention the Lu ancestor in the dome. It was probably this person, right? There were a total of 11 battle scenes. In Lu Xiaoyi's view, there was only one characteristic: danger. This ancestor seemed to always be fighting on the edge of life and death. Every choice he made was somewhat reckless and full of risk. However, the result was also very obvious. It was fast, very fast. Lu Xiaoyi could see that this Lu ancestor was imitating the Crow ancestor. However, he only learned to be fast. He was far from the Crow ancestor's stability and control. That kind of free and easy movement was actually not as fast as the Crow ancestor in the end. As for his risk, Lu Xiaoyi slowly saw it. Perhaps to others, this was indeed a risk, but to the Chong Lu, it was not necessarily so. Whether it was dangerous or not, only he could grasp it. It had to be said that among the several sword ancestors, he was the one who imitated the Crow ancestor the most. He also had a bit of essence. In his era, He must have created many shocking bloody cases. After watching the Lu ancestors cutting 3 lives, it was time for the 3 Qins. Because there was a difference in level between the immortals, one was an immortal, one was a half-immortal, one was an ancient method, and the other was a waning state. There was a gap between them. Therefore, the 9 battle scenes left by the 3 Qins were a little blurred. Fortunately, after being influenced by the Crow ancestor, it was not so confusing. This was another top swordsman's cutting 3 lives concept. Compared to the Crow ancestor, there were similarities and differences. Relatively speaking, the 3 Qins were crazily cutting the path of the present world. It was exactly the same as the purpose left on the title page of the ancient book. It fully showed the kind of, I don't understand the 3 lives, I only know how to cut the present world. It was not as efficient as the Crow ancestor, nor was it as crazy as the Lu ancestor. However, it had a unique kind of iron blood that belonged to the swordsman. It made people's blood boil and unable to control themselves. Then there was Wu Shixing and Hu Xuedao, who left behind 6 and 5 battles respectively. Relatively speaking, compared to the previous 3 people, it was much more mediocre. The process was a little coincidental, a little lucky, and a little forced. Wu Shixing was good at controlling, but he could not control it completely. Hu Xuedao was good at balance, but his balance was not stable. It made people on tenterhooks. It was a fragile balance. Of course, that was only relatively speaking. If Lu Xiaoyi were to go up, he would not even be able to do this. The reason why he could stand here and judge was only because he saw the amazement of the Crow ancestor and the others. He was only good at talking and not practicing. The 5 people represented the highest level of the Shenyuan swordsman in the past 20,000 years. How lucky was he to be able to look at the former swordsman? From the depth of the nomination, he knew that other than the Crow ancestor, the other 4 people were at the half-immortal level. They had been in the Heaven's Choice continent for a long time. After them, no one else was able to enter the 3 lives realm, including the Shenyuan sun gods. This could only prove one point. The Heaven's Choice continent's ceiling of the Shenyuan swordsman had actually started a long time ago. It was even before the collapse of the Great Tao. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. If it was him, he would not have let these guys in. Look, how many sun gods had he killed, and this was only a part of it. Was it easy for others to cultivate to this point? Chapter 13:13. How many young gods and half-immortals had been killed by the 5 sword ancestors of Shenyuan sword sect? This number was destined to be a mystery and should not be made public. It would incur public anger. Now, after the Crow ancestor set up the monument, he was the 5th to enter, but he pulled down the overall level of Shenyuan by a large margin. It was a bit embarrassing. 1 immortal, 4 half-immortals, and now he was a perfected cultivator, and he was a yin god who had just become a perfected cultivator. It seemed that they were not on the same level. He also wanted to leave behind his own image, but he could not. Could it be that he wanted to leave behind his failed attempt at Heaven's Choice? In fact, it was not a big deal to leave behind the failed attempt, but it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that he failed in the battle with the young god. In fact, he did not even see the shadow of the other party and did not even use his sword. It was a bit embarrassing, so it was better not to take it out and embarrass himself. Speaking of failed attempts, one could see the style of Shenyuan from the images left behind by the 5 sword ancestors. They would not hide the good news and not report the bad news. The Crow ancestor had 19 battles and failed twice. These were probably his only failures. In terms of proportion, it was almost like he was deliberately exposing his shortcomings. Chong Lu had 11 battles and failed 4 times. 3 Qin had 9 battles and failed 4 times. Wu Shixing had 6 battles and failed 3 times. Hu Xuedao had 5 battles and failed 4 times. It could be said that in the end, people like Wu Shixing and Hu Xuedao believed that their failures were more effective than their successes. Therefore, they did not care about their reputation and showed their most regrettable battles to their successors. Could it be that they could not find a few successful battles? How was that possible? This was the spirit of Shenyuan. It was a kind of temperament. It was the accumulation of blood over tens of thousands of years. It was because of this spirit of seeking truth from facts and not being afraid of being embarrassed that the Shenyuan sword sect had its current status in the cultivation world of the universe. So what if he failed? If he were to be dragged out, who would dare to touch such a swordsman? Many of the other orthodoxes sang praises and had brilliant battle records, but what about the real situation? They did not even have the courage to fail. Lu Xiaoyi also hoped to carve his own legend here. When he had his own achievements one day, no matter if it was a beautiful kill, a clumsy one, or a good-for-nothing one, he would put them all here. This was the inheritance. One could often learn more from failure. This principle wasn't hard to understand. However, if an immortal, a few half-immortals, or an ancestor-like figure could do this, how many people could do it? Face, history, motivation, training. There were too many reasons that could be presented but could not be presented. All of them would cause the truth to be buried in the river of time. But few people dared to look directly at it. This was the reason why Xuanyuan's strength. He was lucky to be a Stu become a member to be a member. Although he had been away from Shenyuan for nearly 500 years, his sense of belonging to the sect was growing stronger and stronger. This was the charm of Shenyuan. Even if you were far away from him, you would still be able to feel the unbreakable attachment and the eternal perseverance in his attachment. He stayed in the Three Births realm for 30 years. He watched the fights of his seniors over and over again, learning from them, the nutrition of success and the nutrition of failure. He would look at it and forget it and look at it again. He would throw away those minor details, those techniques, and focus on the higher level, and gradually form his own thought. 30 years later, when he had completely forgotten the dozens of battles of the sword ancestors, he was no longer the same person. After the Three Lives realm, one would be a Three Lives realm cultivator. If you block my path, I will ask you Three Lives realm. His mood was better, but the burden on his shoulders had also become heavier. The seniors were all hanging on the tombstones, and he couldn't count on them. It was his turn now. At this moment, what primal chaos thunder palace, what sword chi soaring heaven pavilion, what primordial spirit young spirit of inner sword and outer sword. He felt that Xuanyuan's burden had been handed over to him, even though no one had said this to him. When I go back, you'll have to listen to me. This was the simple thinking of an ant. He stood there boldly. What happened when I wasn't around? He looked exactly like the king of a mountain. His sword cultivators joined in the fun. Mottled Bamboo said, reporting to the great king, there are 3 things that the king needs to know. First, in the past 30 years, another 37 sword cultivators have joined us. We followed your instructions and roped them in. We discovered that there were 6 spies among them, but we didn't kill them. We left them in the sword Dao Stele to stabilize their movements and await further development. Second, in the current Heaven's Choice continent, entry and exit is very strict. 36 countries have completely sealed off the land. If you want to go out, you need special permission from a country. Third, the cleansing of the sword Dao tombstone continued for more than 10 years. Now, it's basically finished, and peace has returned. Fourth, in these 10 years, through our efforts, we bought a large anti-space floating raft. It can carry hundreds of people. It's a bit old, but it can still be used after some repairs. Lu Xiaoyi stared at him. You're talking about 3 things? Have you become muddle-headed? Banj, you didn't care. I suddenly thought of another one. Lu Xiaoyi was quick-witted. A large floating raft. Someone doesn't like us and wants to send us to the god of plagues. Tsong Rong interrupted. The king is farsighted, wise, and observant. This large floating raft is a defective product that was eliminated from the country. It's old and worn out, and can barely be used. It was obtained through the channels of the Chamber of Commerce, so it's basically a free gift. Although no one said it clearly, that's the general meaning. Our sword Vane's attitude towards Heaven's Choice has always been unclear. We don't have much strength, and it's just yuannying. We're worried that Heaven's Choice will come out and cause trouble when it's empty. So, they simply sent us a large floating raft. Their meaning is, Go play in the origin world, don't stay here and waste everyone's time. It's also immoral, leading the continent's cultivators astray. Lu Xiaoyi rubbed his nose. You guys went out to parade again? Are you addicted? Can't leave. Parade when you're happy, parade when you're defeated, parade when you're happy. Has this become the symbol of my sword vein core? Everyone looked at him. You're the one who started all this, but now you're pretending to be innocent. Huang Nian interrupted. I think they're very well behaved. They first harassed us, then sent us a raft. We accepted the raft, which means we agreed to their arrangement. The next time someone comes to harass the Sword Dao tombstone, we'll have to leave. At that time, if we fight with someone, I'm afraid there will be young spirit cultivators coming over. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. In other words, you can roughly guess when they'll make their move. Huang Nian replied, of course, it's not very accurate. It should be within a few decades. If it's further, we have to consider the factor of these gods of plagues coming back. Chapter 13-14. Even among the swordsmen, there was no lack of perceptive people, especially these Heaven's Choice swordsmen. They had lived and cultivated their whole lives here and could see through everything. How many of these situations are there in the Heaven's Choice continent? Lu Xiaoyi pondered. Mottled Bamboo replied, just the large floating rafts alone, 7 of them have been released. Of course, they are all ordinary run-down. The target of the release was also the most undisciplined group of people on the continent. There are the Body Vein Nation, Blood River Alliance, Pill Cultivator Organization, Soul Cultivator Remnant, Martial Saint Training Hall, Beast Controlling Masters, and our Sword Vein. These powers all possess a certain level of strength. They may not be strong enough, but they are strong enough to be weak. They are unwilling to follow the mainstream, but they don't feel at ease staying in the Heaven's Choice continent. Thus, they want to carve out a path for themselves. If they do it too early, they are afraid of being targeted by the main world's cultivation world. Thus, the best way is to take advantage of the mainstream's negative space and see if they can make a name for themselves in the main world. Of course, this kind of demand goes both ways. To these people, they can take advantage of the changes in the universe without having to depend on others and have their own autonomy. To the mainstream of the Heaven's Choice continent, having these people wreak havoc in the main world's universe can also reduce their pressure. At the same time, they can also remove the unstable elements of the Heaven's Choice continent. It can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thus, everyone is now waiting for a timetable to decide when to leave and when to wreak havoc in the universe. Become a disaster, an unstable element of the Heaven's Choice continent. This was the cultivation world. Those with some ability and strength would have wild ambitions and wouldn't be willing to depend on others. Actually, looking at these 7 orthodoxes, it was clear that they all wanted to get a share of the pie of the changes in the new era. If you follow the mainstream, your blood, sweat, and sweat will be used by others, and you won't be able to get anything else. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. In the Heaven's Choice continent, among the close to 10,000 countries and close to 10,000 orthodoxes, there were only a few that had wild ambitions. To most orthodoxes, they had either been taken in by a certain country and followed them into battle, or they had decided to be peaceful men, guarding their own land and not going anywhere. It wasn't easy to be the first to stand out. Right now, it seemed that only these 7 clans were a threat. It wasn't that there weren't any other people with different intentions, but rather that their strength wasn't enough. In the eyes of the upper clans, even if you wanted to stay in the Heaven's Choice continent, even if you wanted to make a move, what waves could you stir up? The Heaven's Choice continent was simply too big. It was so big that if there was any movement, it would be impossible to completely avoid being noticed. Everyone knew that Heaven's Chosen was going to make a move, but when? Number of members? Attack direction? Walking route? The cooperation between Taoism and Buddhism? The most crucial information was still stored in the minds of the highest echelons, and not a single trace of it was leaked. To be honest, even if he revealed it, how could you be sure? This was an overt attack. This caused 2 realms in the origin world to feel restless. In fact, Lu Xiaoyi wasn't worried about this. What he was worried about was whether there were other cultivation forces that he didn't know about joining in. His range of activity was still too small. He was fixed in the limited airspace near Juzian. The universe was very, very big. There were also many races and forces, many. Among them, there were even some that Lu Xiaoyi had never heard of. The unknown was the most dangerous. Banju looked at Lu Xiaoyi and said, "Boss, there's actually a fifth one. The 7 of us have our own ideas, and we're also in contact with each other. Some of them are even trying to find out about our movement. I know that they don't have any ill intentions. I'm afraid that they've heard some news and know about the sword vein's position in this great change in the universe. Therefore, they want to cooperate with us." Lu Xiaoyi felt a little strange, but it didn't seem strange. Some news in the cultivation world wasn't a secret among the major cultivators. Every orthodoxy had their own channels, and the relationships between cultivators were intricate. Therefore, the sword vein's role in this matter couldn't be hidden from others. However, this sword vein wasn't the same as the sword vein. If Shenyuan dared to raise his flag here, there would definitely be countless speculators following him. However, this group of swordsmen obviously didn't have such a rallying power. They hadn't even found their own orthodoxy, and were still at the stage of wandering souls. He was completely unfamiliar with these orthodoxies, so he valued the opinions of the indigenous swordsmen more. He looked at Ban Zhu, Huang Nian, and the rest of the natural selection swordsmen and asked shamelessly, "What do you think?" The natural selection swordsmen had obviously discussed and prepared beforehand, and Ban Zhu represented them. "We can't be sure of their true intentions, at least not all of them. Some of them are speculating, some are probing, and there might be some ulterior motive. The purpose of these speculations is to find out if we have any real relationship with the orthodoxy of the Sword Dao tablet. If we do, there will be people betting on it, and there might be people who will tell on us. If we don't, then we're just one of the 7 forces that aren't willing to go with the flow, and there's no basis for cooperation. At least, we won't be the main force." Lu Xiaoyi nodded in agreement with his analysis. "That's a good analysis," continued. Banju was encouraged and became even bolder. "If we really don't have any relationship with the orthodoxy of the Sword Dao tablet, then it goes without saying that we're also one of the speculators. Then we can do whatever we want, whether we cooperate or not, it's just a word from the boss. However, everyone here is guessing that we might be related to the orthodoxy behind the Sword Dao tablet, and the Sword Immortal who overthrew morality. The link to our relationship is you, boss." A few hundred pairs of eyes looked over, and Lu Xiaoyi cleanly let out a fart. This fart, everyone understood in their heart. If it were anyone else, this would be a denial. However, the Swordmaster's actions were different from ordinary people. The more unconventional he was, the more serious he was. Ban Zhu was a little excited. He realized that this group of people was involved in a big wave, and they were the core of it. This filled the future with excitement. If we're the core, then the question is, where can we use our strength? The Sword Dao tablet has been around for 100 years, and 9 more Supremes have been added. Now, we have 30 Supremes and nearly 300 Yuanying. Our fighting quality has improved substantially. I'll say something big, and without considering the problem of the Sun Spirit, we're already second to none outside of the 36 forces of Heaven's choice. However, this kind of strength is still not enough for the mainstream forces of Heaven's choice. We can only be a subsidiary force, and can't be the main force. This is also the truth. However, if we can cooperate with the other 6 forces, our strength will change substantially. They're also very strong. In fact, among the 7 large floating rafts given by the higher-ups of Heaven's choice, the other 6 forces obtained them based on their strength. Only we, the Sword Vein, don't have a national system. They gave us the floating rafts based more on a faint fear. Therefore, in our opinion, whether we cooperate or not depends on how big of a task you want to accomplish. Chapter 13-15. Lu Xiaoyi pondered for a long time, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. It was not that he wanted to be mysterious, But he really did not know where to use this power, because the movements of heaven's choice were unknown. If the enemy had not moved, where could you move? But he still had to prepare for the worst. This was his responsibility. Ever since he came out of the three-birth realm, he had been duty-bound to add more burdens to himself. Some people would bend their backs after adding more burdens. Some people would train their legs to become thicker. Some people would find a third support point. Then, what do you think of these 6 families? What do you think? Banju became more and more excited. If Sword Master could ask this, then this matter was definitely not small. They might be used in the main direction, and not in the side. It's like this. Of these 6 families, 3 can be trusted. The Blood River Alliance, the remaining Soul Cultivators, and the Martial Saint Training Hall. This is not my judgment alone, but the judgment of almost every brother here. We will not talk about friendship or origin, but about the situation. If an orthodoxy has been suppressed by the upper echelons of heaven's choice for tens of thousands of years, this is no longer a trick of self-injury, but a crazy suppression. Our sword vein is one of them. For tens of thousands of years, we did not even have a country. The remaining soul cultivators are one of them. Their Tao tablet was destroyed 1,000 years ago, so you can imagine who their anger will be directed at. As long as the mainstream of heaven's choice supports it, they will definitely oppose it. As long as the mainstream opposes it, they will definitely join it. The Blood River Alliance is one of them. Because of the characteristics of their orthodoxy, they have always been set as a negative example of heaven's choice. Originally, the Blood River Alliance was a big country second only to the upper country, but now, it was only a step away from being destroyed. There was no need to ask what such an orthodoxy wanted to do. It was just that they did not dare to make a move during normal times, but now that the opportunity had come, if they did not make a move, then they would never make a move. Finally, there is the Martial Saint Training Hall, a strange orthodoxy that uses a mortal body to cultivate into a saint. Some people say that they are a branch of heaven's choice, but there is no evidence. But since there is a stain on the path of faith, the difficulty of their situation can be imagined. We think that there is no harm in accepting these 3 families. As long as they were given hope, a reason to participate, and a dream to turn things around, they would definitely fight to the death. Let me tell you the truth. When it comes to heaven's choice, a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water. Sword Mountain Range really isn't number 1. These 3 sects are all throwing their lives away. It wasn't because he was born this way, but because he was forced into a corner. If we join hands with them, we won't give up halfway. His spittle flew everywhere as he spoke. Mottled bamboo had lived for 1,500 years, so he was very familiar with the situation in the Heaven's Choice continent. Although the swordsman led a difficult life, he still had some friends. He didn't have any close friends who lived a good life, but he had a group of unlucky people who often met and understood each other very well. The strength of these 3 families is stronger than the sword vein of the past, but weaker than the current sword vein. They are still hard to come by. As for the other 3 families, I'm not sure. The Physique Vein Alliance is actually not accurate. In the Heaven's Choice continent, the Physique Vein is an orthodoxy, and even has the support of the Strength Tao tablet. This part of the Physique Vein is a split from the ancient Physique Vein. They don't do things according to common sense, and they don't see anyone as orthodox. I don't suspect that there is a problem with them as a whole, but I'm afraid that there are some who are mixed in with the mainstream of the Physique Vein, and they are not united. The Pill Cultivator Organization is actually an organization similar to a merchant alliance. They don't care who has the last laugh in the cultivation world of the universe, because they know that no matter who has the last laugh, they will run over to buy pills. Why do they want to leave? I think it is more likely that they want to run to the origin world and make a fortune in the war. They don't follow the mainstream of Heaven's Choice because they want to sell pills to both sides of the war. They are undisguised profiteers. We should keep a respectful distance from such an organization. Banju's analysis was meticulous, and he was also a rare talent. Finally, there are the beast-controlling experts. The beast-controlling orthodoxy is also an orthodoxy in Heaven's Choice. Although it doesn't have the foundation of the origin world, it is the most numerous among the 7 families. The beast-controlling orthodoxy as a whole is actually very close to the mainstream of Heaven's choice. This split is just a result of internal strife. The main reason is that the void beast-controlling cultivators are being ostracized by the beast-controlling mainstream. More importantly, it is because of personal feelings. We don't know when and under what conditions they will return. Therefore, I believe that they are the most untrustworthy of the 6 families, and should not be contacted. There was still some time, so he didn't delay sitting down and discussing with the true monarchs of Heaven's choice about their views on the situation of Heaven's choice. The final direction would naturally be up to him, because other than him, no one else had the qualifications and ability to do so. But before that, he had to listen to more opinions. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to personally explore. Until now, he still knew nothing about the movements of the Buddhist sects. He also didn't have any unrealistic fantasies. If he were to contact them now, the possibility of exposing himself would be far greater than what he would gain. Finally, he made a decision. How about this? Blood River Alliance, Soul Cultivator Remnant, Marshall Saint Training Hall, these 3 families can arrange for necessary contact. However, it must be limited to the highest level, and it's not good to expand. If anyone is suspicious, we can use the excuse of joining forces with a few families to snatch a large realm from the origin world for fun. The specific goal must be kept a secret. One thing I have to emphasize is that it must be my sword vein. We won't accept any alliance or cooperation. If they are smart enough, they should understand what we mean. The true monarchs excitedly nodded. Swordmaster's meaning couldn't be more straightforward. He wanted to use the power behind him to suppress others. If you dare to do something big, then don't waste time. The magic was that no one could explain it clearly. If you understand, then you understand. If you don't understand, then I won't explain it to you. This is a huge gamble. Let's bet on how this daddy will flip in the end. Ask them if they want to follow the banker. In addition, we also need to contact the pill cultivator organization and get some pills. If we really fight, then we can buy them. That will be a sky-high price. You bunch of paupers can't afford it. We need to act early. As for the rest of the Body Cultivator Alliance, the beast-controlling experts don't have the time to play with them. Just ignore them. One of the true monarchs was somewhat embarrassed. Boss, you know that we are paupers. We can't afford it in the future, and we can't afford it now. Those bastards are smart. They are hoarding and selling less. The price has long been inflated. Lu Xiaoyi glared at him. Who said you can buy it? My sword vein has a rule of 10,000 years. Do you need to pay for it? Tell them to put it on credit first. We'll talk about it later. That true monarch was in a difficult position. Can you give it to us on credit? Those pill cultivators don't give out pills unless they see a spark. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. You're wrong. Since they are businessmen, giving money and delivering goods isn't what they're best at. What they're best at is investing in the future. So let me tell you, be bold and go on credit. Have a bigger appetite. Don't act like you haven't seen the world. Don't worry, the more fearless you are, the more they will consider. Chapter 13:16. Everyone had their own mission. Several Supremes left the Willow Sea to complete the mission assigned by the Sword Master. This kind of alliance was everywhere in the current Heaven's Choice continent. In order for every small power to be able to stand firm in the future, they had to join an alliance. However, among such alliances, some were aggressive, some were conservative, and some were disloyal. The Heaven's Choice mainland played out one after another. Lu Xiaoyi continued to be a hands-off boss. Before the big battle, he had to improve himself as much as possible. The first 6 realms of the Dao tablet could be considered as passing the stage. Now, only the last 3 realms were left. He didn't have the confidence to enter Dao Sword Realm, Celestial Phenomenon Realm, Sword Disciple Realm. Lu Xiaoyi guessed that the so-called Sword Disciple Realm was his final position, just like the Sword Soldier Realm. It was a goal that could only be achieved after becoming a Celestial. It was still a bit far from him. There was no point in entering the sword disciple realm now. He would probably be beaten until he didn't know which direction was north. Who knows, he might not even be able to enter after seeing his realm, celestial phenomenon realm. That was a bit scary. Forming a celestial phenomenon with just one sword strike. His current sword power was far from being able to do that. Not to mention forming a celestial phenomenon out of thin air, even disturbing the natural phenomenon was very difficult. This was a problem of cultivation. It wasn't something that could be solved by surpassing realms. He judged that if he wanted to do this, he would need to be at least at the half-immortal realm. It was still a step-by-step process. This was also his rhythm. In the Shenyuan sword faction, there were a few important branches of the sword vein. They weren't isolated from each other. Instead, they accommodated each other. There were also very few swordsmen who specialized in just one vein. Most of them had at least two veins. This was the norm: the Zhongjian vein, Yijian vein, killing sword vein, star sword vein, and finally the Dao sword vein created by the Crow ancestor. However, because the time he spent in Shenyuan was limited, he knew nothing about the Dao sword vein. In his opinion, this was also a Supreme's level sword realm. Therefore, he could go there. He didn't have much time left. Due to the accelerated changes in the universe, it would be hard for him to have a few decades to cross the border. The outside world was in chaos, but he was here to cultivate alone. This wasn't a problem. Now, he was no longer alone. He had hundreds of followers. He couldn't just do things for himself. The Dao sword realm was still a battle. However, this was a comprehensive battle that tested a cultivator's ability in all aspects. There was the confrontation of the Dao realm of the Green Darkness realm, the Unhindered realm's traceless sword, the battle layout of the sword-throwing realm, the past and future of the Three Births realm, and the realm was limited to the Yang spirit. This time, Lu Xiaoyi couldn't hold on any longer and set the fastest record in the Death Sword realm, in less than 10 breaths. This was the Crow ancestor's strongest power before he became a half-deity. He was still far from reaching that level. However, he had to close the gap because in the following battles, no one would play soldier against soldier or general against general with him. In this circle, he was the general, and only he could deal with the opponent's strongest cultivator. He set a goal for himself. If he wanted to defeat his opponent in a stalemate for a long time, his current realm was a bit difficult. Therefore, he had to strengthen his first 3 axes. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, he had to scare him away. It was still the swordsman's old trick. Everything was concentrated in the first 100 breaths of the battle. The Crow ancestor was his whetstone. He didn't expect to defeat him, he only hoped to kill him once within 100 breaths. If he could kill the Crow ancestor once, he could kill others several times. The Crow ancestor would be fine if he took a hit. His 5 elements sword-clad tortoiseshell was really hard, but he might not be able to do it. This was his strategy. It might be a bit rushed, and it might not conform to the normal pace of cultivation. However, in the face of a great change, for his life, he had to take a side. Every stage of a cultivator's cultivation process had its own emphasis. It needed to be adjusted according to the actual situation. This was a normal concept. For example, he was now thinking about how to break through to the primordial spirit realm. That was not distinguishing between the main and the secondary. He was courting death. He still had a chance. 7 Dao realm comprehensions had reached a higher level, millions of sword light divisions, and a solid foundation like the Crow ancestor. When all these were combined, even if there was a difference of 2 realms, why couldn't he kill him once? Especially his wisdom, battle instincts, innate sensitivity, loyalty to the sword, and talent. 5 years later, a dejected Lu Xiaoyi sat outside the Sword Dao realm with a dumbfounded look on his face. When the people around him saw that he was in a bad mood, they didn't dare to provoke him and stayed far away from him. Everything about their boss was good, but he was vengeful. If you provoked him, he would teach you swordsmanship, and then you would be beaten black and blue. Then, he would ask you, did you learn it? Did you understand it? Do you want me to teach you again? He was the same as the Crow ancestor. No one cared about him. He was the only one left there. It didn't make sense. It had been 5 years. Even he himself felt that his attacks had improved tremendously. After almost 100 years of training on the Sword Dao tablet, he was no longer a newbie who had just become a perfected lord. Even these experienced swordsmen who were heaven's chosen yin god couldn't take more than 10 hits from him. And this was because he didn't dare to use his full strength for fear of hurting others. In the words of the swordsman, their boss's swordsmanship was invincible even in the Essence Soul realm. This was not an exaggeration because there were a few Essence Soul perfected lords among them. Yet, they were cut down like vegetables by his sword. What was the difference? There were many times when he felt that there was hope, but he was defeated for no reason. It was as if the Crow ancestor had grasped a method to increase the power of his sword instantly. The key was that he still couldn't understand the origin of this method. Therefore, he couldn't say that he had deciphered it. He was very sure that this wasn't the power of the Dao realm. It wasn't within the 36 carnate great Daos. Then, other than the power of the Dao realm, what other power in the cultivation world could increase a cultivator's attack power instantly? After pondering for a few days, his thoughts became clear. Hence, he entered the Sword Dao realm again. After a round of sword attacks, he was ready to fight to the death. Just as he was about to break through, the Crow ancestor's flying sword changed again. The power of the sword increased greatly. Lu Xiaoyi no longer used the flying sword to fight the enemy. He didn't use the Dao realm either. He flipped his hand and held 7 ant horizontally. He used the most ordinary dharmic powers to wield the sword. He swung the sword up and down, blocking the Crow ancestor's sword river head-on. This was the stupidest way to defend. The sword could only be used in close combat. If he was far away, he could only be attacked passively. Sooner or later, he would be stabbed into a sieve. No swordsman would choose to defend like this. However, not only did Lu Xiaoyi do this, he even used his full strength. It was as if he didn't realize that such a stalemate was meaningless. It was only when he wielded the sword with pure dharmic powers that he was finally able to verify his conjecture when he cast aside all changes in the Dao realm and focused on the sword. The reason why the Crow ancestor could increase his attack power instantly was because he used the power of faith. Chapter 13:17. The Power of Faith. Lu Xiaoyi had never thought that Crow ancestor had mastered the power of faith. This could only mean that the power of faith would not stop a cultivator from reaching the upper realm. At the very least, Crow ancestor was moral and had the potential of becoming a Deluo. Then, was Wenji lying to him? Was it to keep him away from Sky Eyes? Close to his path of faith? Was that why he lied? He could not jump to conclusions so easily. This was Lu Xiaoyi's usual way of doing things. There was another possibility. Since there was a difference between the path of faith and Sky Eyes in this cultivation world, could there be a third type of faith? Like Crow ancestor, which belonged to swordsman alone? Belonged to him alone? Did he not rely on the system or Sky Eyes? Then, should he master the power of faith or not? Sky Eye's faith was a faith that was imposed on others. He refused to accept it, no matter what benefits there were, no matter how difficult the situation was. He was not familiar with the power of faith. He never predetermined whether it was good or bad. He would only make a decision after he had seen, heard, thought about it. Before that, he still insisted on being himself. Crow ancestors' faith was, in theory, the safest faith. There were no after-effects, and it could directly connect to the path of Dao. It could also increase one's strength and increase one's attack power. It was a waste not to take it. Would you not want something that you could take for free? Especially when it was so strenuous. In the depths of his soul, Lu Xiaoyi felt that something was cheering, as if it was welcoming the arrival of faith. He did not know why he had such a feeling. Could this be what Wenji said, that he was a person with strong faith in his previous life? Everyone had 3 lives, but the past life in the depths of his soul was still a little unclear in his current realm. His past life might be blurry, but his faith had led him to the forefront. He could not control the feeling of accepting faith. It was also because his soul reacted to Crow ancestors' faith that he knew that Crow ancestors' faith was compassion. Compassion? You bad old man, I'm not going to believe you. As he fought with his sword, he felt more and more strenuous. The feeling in the depths of his soul kept urging him, hurry, hurry, accept faith, then you can fight Crow ancestor head on. Don't like compassion? No problem, still want to live. Wasn't this practical? If you don't like it, it's okay. There's more. There's always something you like. Lu Xiaoyi was surprised to find that the Crow ancestor not only understood faith, but also different faith. The power of faith was not used to strengthen one's attack power, but to reduce the opponent's defense power. Every additional faith was like scraping off 10% of the opponent's skin. This was also the reason why he could not withstand the Crow ancestor's faith. In a battle between experts, the difference was only a hair's breadth. Now that there was a difference of one level, the impact was huge. So, the more of these things, the better. If he could cultivate 9 believers, wouldn't his opponent become a naked pig? If that was the case, what was the point of learning swordsmanship? Just delve into faith. In the face of temptation, Lu Xiaoyi's willpower was firm. He forcefully suppressed the impulse deep within his soul. His attitude was very clear. If he must have a belief, it must belong to him. It wasn't something that was forced upon him by others, even though it seemed so beautiful, so tempting, and was once the faith of a perfected golden immortal. Moreover, he wasn't prepared to accept it yet. I don't need it. I'm Lu Xiaoyi. The one and only me. I'm the reincarnation of my little universe. As the thought passed down, the depths of his soul shattered with a bang. Something died, and something else was born. Lu Xiaoyi swung his sword and actually scattered the Crow ancestor's flying sword. This was the power of faith. Unknowingly, he had rejected the temptation of increasing his strength and the guidance of the Crow ancestor. All of this had in fact helped him reject the faith of others, but it was also because of this that his own faith was born. Independence. Yes, this was his faith, a faith that could exert a certain amount of influence. Despite his endless rejection, it still took over his body. This was not up to him. Because it was set in his previous life. Wenji had told him that there were countless beliefs in this world, from trivial matters to the interstellar universe. It was just a resonance of the spirit to a certain obsession. He finally understood what faith was. Why was the Tao of faith rejected by Taoism? That was because the two schools had different standpoints and applications of cultivators' obsessions. To put it simply, Taoism cultivated obsessions in order to cut them. From the beginning of foundation establishment, small obsessions were unceasing. The sun god's 3 lives obsessions cut, until the good and evil corpses obsessions before becoming an immortal. The entire cultivation process was a process of constantly cutting off one's own obsessions, big and small. In the end, one would have no worries and transcend to become an immortal. The Tao of faith also cultivated obsessions, but it was not to cut them, but to carry them forward. In the end, such obsessions were condensed into faith. It transcended the scope of the good and evil corpses and became an inseparable part of the cultivator. From the Crow ancestor's performance, it could be seen that when he cut off the good and evil corpses, he did not cut off his own obsessions and belief. Therefore, the Crow ancestor had always been a person of flesh and blood, and not an emotionless immortal, because his faith was with him, inseparable. This was also why he had pushed down the first domino of morality, while other immortals could not do it. Other immortals no longer had obsessions. They would not be moved by anything that happened in the world. They would not be moved. They would not be angry. They would not be happy. Of course, they would not sacrifice themselves. The Crow ancestor was different. He had faith with him. Although Lu Xiaoyi still did not understand why the Crow ancestor sacrificed himself when he clearly had the belief of being greedy for life. Could this be the conductivity of the positive and negative nature? Since he started cultivating, he had never read any ancient books or legends about the Crow ancestor, but now he thought that he had a deep understanding of the Crow ancestor, and even came into contact with the truth of why the Crow ancestor sacrificed himself and took away part of morality. His motive was still unknown, but he understood why he had the ability to do so. Faith was very harmful. At least, it was so for the immortal court. If all the immortals in the immortal court had faith, perhaps it would no longer be a harmonious environment where everyone pushed and pushed each other, right? The difference in faith would not coexist, and sooner or later, the immortals would be beaten to a pulp. Lu Xiaoyi thought maliciously. In fact, the immortals in the immortal court were the ones who needed faith the most. He was a person with aspirations, a person who thought he was noble, and of course, he was also a person from the defy. Whenever he had something good, he would feel uncomfortable if he did not introduce it to others. If he went to the immortal court one day, he would promote this thing sooner or later. This was an afterthought, a delusion, and the discomfort of being held captive by faith for no reason. Now, he had to consider his own problem. It was rational, not emotional. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Since he couldn't avoid faith, then how should he make good use of it? Or rather, how could he not be completely controlled by faith? Chapter 13:18. As for how to obtain faith, Lu Xiaoyi had unconsciously paved his own path. It wasn't bestowed by the heavenly eye, nor was it cultivated by the path of faith. It was a method that completely belonged to him, and it was even different from the crow ancestors. However, the difference between him and the crow ancestor was that the method of obtaining faith was different, but the essence was the same. It belonged to him alone, and it wouldn't be controlled by others. It wouldn't affect his cultivation in the upper realm. Everything was perfect, but as astute as he was, he still found something unusual. Why had he never heard of faith in the cultivation system of the Shenyuan sword sect? If it was such a good thing that could enhance one's strength without affecting one's cultivation path, why didn't anyone promote it? Why was it so obscure that it was buried in the dust of countless divine techniques? Why did the crow ancestor rarely use this ability in battle? In the first 6 realms, even if he was defeated by challengers like him, he never used the power of faith. But he made an exception in the 7th realm, Dao Sword stage. The crow ancestor didn't show any signs of defeat, so why did he use this thing? There was only one explanation. Faith wasn't scary, but you must be a person who could control your own faith. Use it when you should use it, and worship it when you shouldn't. Otherwise, you would be a paranoid person, and you wouldn't know where the power of faith would take you. This was what the crow ancestor wanted to tell the future generations through this method. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Fortunately, he had always been a person who believed that his own strength came from his own efforts. He would never be confused by luck. The journey of an ant was to be down to earth. Only then could one shoulder the heavens. Now that he completely understood, he was completely relaxed. He didn't pursue a new faith, nor did he reject it. He just let nature take its course. Similarly, he would do the same as the crow ancestor. He would try to use the power of faith as little as possible in battle. If he used it too often, he would become dependent on it, and it would affect the growth of his strength, his foundation. Therefore, he had already achieved the goal of this realm. After walking out of the Dao Sword realm, everyone still pretended that they didn't care. The Sword Master's first 6 realms had been smooth sailing, but they didn't expect him to stumble in the 7th realm. From the beginning to the end, he hadn't spent more than 100 breaths in there for several years. The key problem was that they didn't see any signs of improvement. Did he hit a bottleneck? This person actually had a bottleneck. They all thought that their boss was a big water tank. Looking around, it seemed that no one had come to report anything to him. Regardless of whether it was those who had gone to Blood River, Seoul, Sin, and Marshall Saint, or those who had gone to buy pills on credit, or Tsongrong and Zhu Fan, who had been assigned by him to return to Juzian to shake their shadows. The universe was like this. It could easily take years. When these people came back, they basically didn't need to go out anymore because there wouldn't be enough time left. In the end, he was unable to hold back his curiosity whether he should continue his training in the Dao Sword realm or head to the Heavenly Phenomenon realm to broaden his horizons. Having practiced the sword for so long, how could he not yearn for sword techniques that could destroy the world? Although he felt that the heavenly phenomenon realm should be a place that only half immortals could enter, as a true monarch, he didn't seem to be too far off, right? The surrounding swordsmen were extremely excited as they watched him slowly ascend to celestial state. They also wanted to enter, but they were not qualified. There were countless guesses, but in the end, how long could he last? The consensus was that it would take less than 100 breaths and more than 10 breaths. Lu Xiaoyi flew slowly, not because he was trying to act cool, but because he was afraid that if he flew too fast, he would be knocked back and embarrass. Fortunately, he really flew in. He didn't see anything, but he felt that with him as the center, there was a vast and majestic golden circle of light, just like the center of a nuclear explosion in his previous life. He didn't even resist. Under such power, no matter what he did, it would be meaningless and futile. However, through the Crow ancestor's consciousness, he knew the name of this sword technique, Golden Origin. Then, he appeared in front of the swordsman and smiled. All of you have lost. Of course, all of them lost. The entire process took less than a breath. The sword master was instantly defeated by the sword ancestor. Lu Xiaoyi didn't mind. It was normal for him to be instantly defeated. If the Crow ancestor couldn't instantly defeat a Yin master with his half-immortal strength, how could he become an immortal? How could he attain his Tao? Golden Origin? Sigh, forget it. When I grow up, I'll create a Diamond Origin. Or should I continue to train in the Tao Sword realm and continue to refine my attack power within 100 breaths? How can I unleash all of my accumulated magic power and Tao Sword realm without holding back within 100 breaths? I won't use the power of faith. This was the quietest period of time in the Willow Sea. Immemorial beasts wouldn't come here, and neither would human cultivators. This place became the swordsman's paradise. There wasn't a single day of peace in the sky above the Willow Sea. Whether it was day or night, there were swordsmen practicing sword techniques. Some were in pairs, some were in groups of 2 or 3, and some were even fighting. It was also here that Lu Xiaoyi's wingman tactic was studied to the extreme by the swordsman. There were also 3 people rotating. The cooperation between the small teams. They had to do this because in terms of cultivation, they hadn't reached the standard of an upper nation. The upper nation had perfected immortals as the main force, while they had Yuanying as the foundation. Everyone knew that time was running out. Another 10 years passed. The swordsmen who went to the pill refiner organization to buy pills on credit were the first to return. Looking at their expressions, it was obvious that this trip was not in vain. They had obtained more goods on credit than they had imagined. Just as the swordmaster said, this wasn't a problem of price, but a problem of investment mentality. It wasn't that they were shameless, but that some of the sharpest pill refiners were betting on the future. Swordsmen shouldn't rely on external items, but in battle, there were some things that you couldn't not use. The pills they needed weren't the most expensive ones to increase their cultivation, but to replenish their battle power and recover from injuries. The next to return were Tsong Rong and Zhu Fan. This time, they returned to Juzian to make the final arrangements for the Sword Palace. After all, they were a mid-sized power, and the middle and low-level cultivators needed to be settled down. As for whether or not to keep Yuanying and perfected immortals, everyone's attitude was the same, keep none. Because there was no way to keep them, didn't you know how many were safe to keep? As long as the perfected immortals were here, there would be enemies for the perfected immortals to Yuanying. The reason they could do this was because the middle and low-level disciples of the Sword Palace also had places to go. They could completely disperse to the other 8 sword vein, and this wasn't a problem at all. In the worst-case scenario, they could temporarily become independent swordsmen like their martial granduncle. Juzian was very big, and there was always a place for the middle and low-level cultivators to stay. Tsong Rong's expression was solemn. Boss, we've already arranged everything you asked us to do. Don't worry, we've already arranged places for the disciples to go in times of danger. It's just that there was some unhappiness when we communicated with the other 8 sword vein. They blamed us for not informing them when we took action. I've already explained it to them, and it's not a big problem. After all, they are different from us. They have families and businesses, and they have a foundation. They're not like us, who are still like independent cultivators in the depths of our hearts. He took out a storage ring. The jade slips inside are all for you. There are quite a few of them. Chapter 13:19. In the sky above the Willow Sea, Lu Xiaoyi read through all the jade slips carefully, a smile appearing on his face. In fact, even though there were many jade slips, most of them were meaningless and belonged to the category of small family greetings. But seeing these on the eve of great change still made him feel very warm. There was a kind of sense of fullness, letting him know what he was fighting for. There was a slug. This guy finally caught the last bus. With his arrogant personality, he wouldn't leave a letter unless he became a monarch. He was very arrogant. There was a cleft lip. It was mainly to express his apology for not being here last time and to invite him for a drink. In fact, he just wanted to find out something. This guy's nose was very sharp. Being in a big sect like Yuansha, he definitely had a premonition but was not sure. There were a few old seniors of the Juzian sword vein. Besides being concerned, they asked him if there was a possibility of cooperation. Similarly, there was a letter from Tang Zhenjuan of the sword vein of Tiger Hill. It also had the same intention. He had hesitated about these friends of the sword vein before, but in the end, he decided not to drag them down with him. The battles in the future would be very cruel. It was not impossible for a sect to be wiped out in one battle. Their foundation was limited and they couldn't withstand it. When it came to risking their lives, how could he drive them up? Only the scattered swordsmen under him didn't need to consider the issue of inheritance. They could come and go as they pleased. They were the best companions. Moreover, they had been trained by him for hundreds or even hundreds of years. Their strength was already different. How could he guide the 8 Juzian sword veins? Perfected cultivator Xiao Jiao told him to go back and die, because when he left, he unconsciously said goodbye, which was a bit abrupt. More importantly, how could the person who said goodbye just lie at the window and not go in? Well, there was a misunderstanding. Xia Bingji also left a letter. It was as plain as usual, but there was a hint of worry in it about his ability to torment. Well, I wonder how this girl's pregnancy is going. I kind of want to, and so on. This kind of information came from Juzian's concern. He suddenly realized that other than these sword vein brothers, he was also quite popular. At the very least, he could entrust them to him. The most important jade slip came from Yu Hu. He had discovered some very interesting things in the pirate group. Even with his knowledge, he was still unable to see through them. However, right now, in Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, it was very memorable. After gathering all the information, he felt that his thoughts had become much clearer. Unfortunately, there was no news from the Qing Xian that he valued the most. It had been more than 200 years. Would this guy really run all the way back to the 5th ring? Hopefully, he would not be fed to the void beasts in the universe. Everyone was playing their own role, but some were clowns, some were scholars, and some were bandits. Then, who was the real protagonist? The one that could change the course of events? 100 years had passed, and Lu Xiaoyi's mind was becoming clearer and clearer. The only thing he didn't understand was that Heaven's Choice was making such a big move. They were betting on the destiny of the entire continent. What confidence did they have? Actually, it wasn't just Heaven's Choice. There was also a Buddhist sect that seemed to be betting on their future destiny. On what basis did they think that they would definitely succeed? He was very clear that these people were not swordsmen. This was also not a simple battle between individuals. They could do it if they had some degree of confidence. What was it that he had overlooked? Unfortunately, his realm was destined that he couldn't see that far. Ban Zhu and the others had finally returned. Not only them, but there were also more than 10 Essence Soul perfected lords from Blood River, Soul Cultivator, and Martial Saint Training Hall. Obviously, Ban Zhu wasn't able to convince them. They wanted to see who this person who had been standing behind the sword vein was. Both sides didn't exchange any pleasantries and went straight to the point. Because everyone knew that now wasn't the time to bicker. 10,000 feet above the Willow Sea, Lu Xiaoyi was facing 11 Essence Soul perfected lords. To be honest, he really didn't know how to convince them. They were humans. They weren't as easy to trick as Primordial Beast. Blood River Alliance's true Lord Jiao Shui was very direct and a little impolite. In his opinion, his current attitude was already giving face to this swordsman who had shocked the continent with his battle at Echo Valley. However, he was only a yin master now. In the cultivation world, strength spoke louder than words. Fellow Daoist Dan, we're indeed here for the alliance. However, we're not here to join anyone. Who do you serve as your master? I'll be honest. With the current strength of your sword vein, you're still not worthy. Aggressive, but no one stopped him. Clearly, they had come to a tacit understanding before coming. Lu Xiaoyi sneered. My messenger has already made it very clear. If you want to form an alliance with my sword vein, you can only serve us as your master. This is the prerequisite. Speaking of strength, do you not see it clearly enough? Whether it's individually or as a team, sword vein is above all of you. There's no need to argue about this. We'll know after a battle. That's why I don't understand. You've come all the way here. You can't do this or that. What are you doing here? Jiao Shui narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. You're very confident. But you have to let us see the source of your confidence. Lu Xiaoyi spread out his hands. There are many things that can't be seen before you lay your cards on the table. You know it very well. There's no point in arguing like this. It's just wasting everyone's time. Why don't I make a suggestion? Let's first settle the things that can be settled between us. For example, the problem of strength. Before Jiao Shui could answer, a strong man stood up. Good suggestion. My martial saint training hall agrees with this method. We're all smart people. Without mentioning anything else, the so-called alliance is naturally decided by the strength of the fists. This is the rule of the cultivation world. I'm Long Jian. I'm willing to compete with fellow Daoist. Jiao Shui was somewhat dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was from the Blood River sect and could not control the martial saint training hall. The three sects were originally on equal footing. There was no need to talk about who could dominate who. As for this alliance, they were actually here to test the waters. They were here to see if it matched the faint rumors in their hearts. Comparing skills was not important, but it had to be said that it was a good way to have a peaceful atmosphere in the future negotiations. Long Jian, on the other hand, had a fine point. Fighting until the sky turns dark is not suitable for the current situation. How about this? You and I 3 fists against 3 swords. No one can dodge. What do you think? Lu Xiaoyi laughed involuntarily. Sure enough, it was the iron law of the cultivation world. No one with thick eyebrows and big eyes was stupid. They were all people with deep thoughts. They had obviously seen his battle in Echo Valley. They were afraid that if they used their swords and battle tactics, they would not have the confidence to win. Therefore, they chose this kind of traditional idiotic fighting style. Their goal was nothing more than to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. It would make the swordsman's most effective escape technique useless. He had no intention of arguing. Time was precious. It was not the time to bicker. Besides, with his unique long-range heavy sword in the sword vein, even the crow ancestor had to retreat. How could he be afraid of this martial barbarian? Chapter 1320. Everyone spread out and circled around, leaving enough space for the two of them. Lu Xiaoyi did not hold back. This was not the time to be gentle and polite. Of course, he would be as domineering as possible. Fellow Daoist Long, make your move. You're a guest. I'm afraid that if I draw my sword, you won't have a chance anymore. Long Jian was a little annoyed, but under his thick eyebrows and big eyes, there was a deep heart. This time, why did they not go alone to find Blood River or a group of soul cultivators? Why did they choose swordsmen? There was a deep consideration behind this. In the cultivation world, if several forces were to form an alliance, there would be a lot of rules. The difference in status and strength between each other were all in their hearts. No matter what, they would not need to rely on their fists to compete. This was especially true for powerful cultivators. They were not like ruffians in the countryside fighting for benefits. But this time, they came to verify their thoughts. If this group of swordsmen was indeed under the command of that distant sword giant, then they would be willing to help. Not only was it because of their own situation for thousands of years, but it was also to conform to the general trend of the universe. Wherever the mainstream of Heaven's Choice stood, they would stand on the other side. But if these swordsmen were just ordinary stragglers of Heaven's Choice sword vein and did not have the approval of that sword giant, then all of this would be meaningless. Although they would still form an alliance, it would probably be a small fight. Everyone would gather together and go to the main world to seek a place to settle down. They could see very clearly that for so many years, the mainstream of Heaven's Choice had been tolerating them. That was because they did not want to risk the reputation of bullying the weak, causing thousands of small and medium-sized nations to form an alliance. Even if they did not resist, they would show an uncooperative attitude. This was also something that the major forces did not want to see. But could this balance still be maintained after the chaos began? It was very difficult. When the mainstream orthodoxy of Heaven's Choice shed all pretense of cordiality and began to stir up the storm, they would definitely not be as soft as before. There was a high probability that they would use these disobedient forces as an example to others. So they had to leave. There was only this one continent in the negative space. There was no place to stay. Other than the main world, where else could they go? The mainstream orthodoxy of Heaven's Choice gave each of them a floating raft. The meaning was very clear. Leave on your own and we won't make things difficult for you. If you continue to stay here as a thorn in my side, I'll deal with you sooner or later. This was the way of conversation that only belonged to the cultivation world. Nothing was said. You were given a raft to figure it out by yourself. Therefore, to them, the crux of the matter was which orthodoxy this person came from. Is it Xiao Yaoyu from Juzian? Or some other unrelated sword vein in the main world? Or perhaps that giant of the sword Dao? This kind of matter was not something that could be solved with just a few words. If he really said that he came from that place, how could he prove it? Even if they could prove it, according to their secret investigation, this person had been in Juzian for nearly 600 years. When he came, he was only a Jindan. How could he have such a high position in the sword giant? If there was no promise from a giant, then everything would be in vain. Wouldn't that be foolish? Therefore, the first step was to prove this person's strength through fighting. It was said that every core disciple of the swordsman from that giant of the sword Dao had the ability to surpass realms to kill. The 11 of them came here to test if this was true. He was the first to represent the martial Saint Dao Hall. He also restrained the unjust feeling in his heart. They were all true monarchs, why should they fight over personal feelings? Lowering their waist slightly, the martial Saint Dao Hall still more or less retained a trace of mortal martial arts. This was also the reason why they were not liked by the mainstream of cultivation. A punch, shattering the void. Just this kind of ability was the manifestation of a very high degree of control over the Dao realm of strength. The martial Saint Dao Hall was also said to be part of the body vein in the cultivation world. However, they were resolute ancient martial artists. They did not rely on their bloodline, did not practice divine arts, did not hide their dharma. They purely relied on martial arts to advance, pursuing the ultimate application of strength. They also disdained other Dao realms. They were very biased, but to be able to persevere, they were worthy of respect. Lu Xiaoyi was not careless. When the opponent punched, his flying sword also shot out. He did not use the sword light to split, because it was a sword against a fist. How to deal with a Dao realm of strength? This was a problem that every high-level cultivator would face. It was not unreasonable to say that a single force could defeat 100 techniques. In fact, if you were proficient in any Dao realm, you could say that the 5 elements could defeat 100 techniques, yin and yang could defeat 100 techniques, karma could defeat 100 techniques, etc. However, strength was something that all mortals possess. Using strength to fight strength, Lu Xiaoyi did not have that big of a headache. Although this kind of method was the most shocking, he, a Yin Soul True Monarch, compared to an Essence Soul True Monarch who was proficient in the only Tao realm, his brain must be rusty. Regarding this, he already had a plan. Since it was Tao realm strength, then he could only use Tao realm strength to fight back. In terms of strength, fate was useless, merit was useless, the 5 elements were useless. However, he still had other options. Once the flying sword flew out, it changed impermanence and created a slight disturbance in the opponent's Tao realm of strength. It was not enough to change the direction of the force field, nor was it enough to reduce the power of the force field. The intention of impermanence was very simple. It was to cause a slight flaw in the opponent's powerful force field, and then, Tao realm of Taishu. If he used Taishu directly, his Taishu Tao realm would not be able to match the opponent's strength. Therefore, he had to first use impermanence to disturb the opponent, then use Taishu Tao realm. Finally, Tao realm slaughter. Under Lu Xiaoyi's indifferent gaze, the flying sword hovered 3 feet away from the opponent. However, even an Essence Soul True Monarch like Long Jian could feel the killing intent from the unseen world. He might still be able to throw a second punch to deflect the flying sword, but in terms of skill, he had already lost. Because once he defended, how could a sword cultivator's attack be so swift and fierce? Give him a chance to slow down. His opponent stood there motionless, and had not even used his most proficient sword manipulation. I've lost. Your sword technique is unparalleled. Long Jian admitted defeat on Dafa's side was not that shameful. He had proven his opponent's strength, but it seemed like he had not proven anything. What was that sword expert's battle symbol? No one seemed to know much about it. The moment Long Jian admitted defeat, the remaining soul cultivator Go Yuan stood out. I'll take 3 hits from you. If you can't hurt me, you lose. This was also a smart move. Soul cultivators were good at mental attacks. When they fought with others, they mostly attacked mentally. It was impossible for an illusory soul shadow to randomly attack with a knife. However, Go Yuan observed from the side and realized that the swordsman's mental strength was abnormally strong. If they really fought, his advantage in mental attacks was limited, and he could not form an effective attack. Therefore, he might as well not attack and let the opponent attack. This was also a major characteristic of soul bodies. They did not care about physical attacks like flying swords, and they did not have any internal organs for you to stab. Soul cultivators were afraid of lightning. However, from what he knew, this person did not display any lightning abilities in Echo Valley. That battle was only 100 years ago, and it was impossible for him to have comprehended a new Tao realm. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Chapter 1321. Lu Xiaoyi nodded with a smile. Soul body? He had plenty of ways to deal with it. He had a deep understanding of soul bodies, starting from Yu Hu's strange amber. In fact, every soul body had something like this, a place where the soul's thoughts were stored. This was the unity of the real and the illusory. A normal human body also had places that were illusory. For example, the Niwen Palace and the Sea of Consciousness were the most important places for cultivators. Similarly, a soul body would also have a real place, which was also its most important place. It was just that because it was heavily guarded and hidden well, no one could find it. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi couldn't see through it either. Being able to see through a soul's origin with a single glance was an ability that only cultivators at the half-immortal realm and above could possess. However, Yu Hu had once told him about some secrets regarding soul bodies, such as, the flying sword had no Tao realm, nor did it have any speed or power. It just flew over lightly, causing Go Yuan, who was on high alert, to feel a little nervous. It wasn't right for a primordial soul true monarch to be nervous in front of a yin master. However, he had no choice. This swordsman was really too strange. Especially when he couldn't figure out something like this, he couldn't help but feel worried. He was worried that he would fall into his opponent's trap. When the flying sword neared his soul body, it suddenly lit up. Go Yuan's heart jumped. This was the sign of the lightning energy that he had been guarding against so much. This swordsman actually knew about lightning. The hardest step for a cultivator to reach the Tao realm was the first step. If the Tao realm was divided into 10 parts, the hardest step would be to go from 0 to 1. Therefore, when the flying sword flashed with lightning, Go Yuan subconsciously reacted and moved the real place in his soul body to a safer place. To soul cultivators, the location of the real place was different for different opponents. Especially for physical swords and lightning energy, which were two completely different types of attacks, the location of the real place was very particular. Before Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword reached his body, he retracted it. He only looked at a certain place in Go Yuan's soul body and smiled without saying anything. Only then did Go Yuan understand. He had been extremely careful, but he had still fallen into the swordsman's trap. It was obvious that the swordsman knew how to use lightning, but he wasn't proficient in it. The reason why he made that gesture in front of him was to provoke him into reacting. By reacting, he had also exposed his position. If the swordsman wanted to kill him, all he needed to do was to point at him. What this swordsman truly understood was whether a soul was real or fake. There was nothing to be shameless about. Go Yuan let out a long sigh. Fellow Daoist's ability is not something that I can compare to. I am inferior. He retreated to the side and remained silent. Hu Shue's face stiffened. Originally, this was just a test, but he hadn't expected his side to be so weak. Now, his original goal was no longer important. The most important thing was how to protect everyone's face. How to protect the face of 11 primordial soul cultivators in front of a single yin master. I have a river of blood. As long as fellow Daoist Dan can find me, you win. After saying that, he spread out the river of blood. It was as if a beautiful red cloud floated above the Willow Sea. Under the light of the setting sun, the entire Willow Sea turned red. The river of blood was the symbol of a blood river cultivator. In this aspect, it was like the flying sword to the swordsman. The key to the battle against the Blood River sect was how to find him. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the chance to attack. In this aspect, Hu Shui was the fairest among the three of them. Of course, he played a little trick. If a person was in the river of blood, if the Hu Shui took the initiative to attack, then the chances of him being exposed would greatly increase. But if he decided to hide, then every drop of blood in the river of blood could be his hiding place, and the difficulty would increase by several levels. In a real life and death battle, Hu Shui would definitely make a move. Therefore, he still needed to maintain a balance between attacking and hiding. But now, he had expanded his advantage to infinity. In fact, the three of them didn't realize that when they proposed this method of battle, they had already lost. Because they didn't have confidence. Otherwise, was this a condition that the primordial spirit proposed? Under the prestige of that sword master, how many cultivators could straighten their backs? The higher the realm, the more they understood the horror. Lu Xiaoyi stepped in. He was no stranger to the river of blood. The first time he came into contact with it was the old Foundation Establishment stage cultivator Yapu in Fish Leap. Then, it was his friend Hu Shui in the Land of Exile. Finally, it was the Blood River young god that he saw in the Sword Dao tablet that was killed by the Crow ancestor. When he was in Foundation Establishment, he came up with the method himself. When he was in Jin Dan, he often discussed with Hu Shui. The Crow ancestor's killing technique showed him a new direction. However, he couldn't learn the Crow ancestor's method because the Crow ancestor's judgment of the river of blood was another fortuitous encounter. He could only use his own method. This was also the principle he adhered to. In fact, when he was in Foundation Establishment, the method he used to deal with Yapu was very imaginative. At that time, he used the fluctuation of spiritual vigor produced by the collision of two flying swords to find the whereabouts of the other person. Of course, he was different now. His flying swords had already broken through the 1,000,000 level and were steadily advancing towards 2,000,000. He was no longer limited by a few flying swords. The fluctuation of spiritual vigor had long been replaced by the perception of the Tao realm. The bird gun had been replaced by a cannon. Once the sword light came out, he didn't hide it. The sword river formed by 1 or 2 million sword lights completely overlapped with the river of blood. Then, the million sword lights began to transform into the Tao realm, 5 elements, higher void, massacre, impermanence. With the transformation of his Tao realm, the blood droplets around each sword light had no choice but to respond. Passively, instinctively responding, including the drop of blood that Hu Shui was hiding. In fact, his body could freely switch between the countless drops of blood as long as there was a safe passage. Within the river of blood, there was blood everywhere and Tao everywhere. It should have been a foolproof movement, but because the 1 or 2 million sword lights were tightly stuck to him, he lost the freedom to switch freely. Sometimes, the stupidest method was also the most effective. Hu Shui had no choice but to completely relax himself. He only treated himself as a small drop of blood and didn't dare to take the initiative to react. He was afraid that the natural reaction of the countless drops of blood would reveal his difference. He was confident. Although the swordsman's Tao realm control was marvelous, these 4 Tao realm cultivators had nothing to do with the post-celestial Tao of the blood river. They were the kind of people who minded their own business. Just as he was feeling content, the river of blood suddenly retracted. The swordsman stared at his hiding place. "Fellow Daoist Hu Shui, let's not hide anymore, shall we?" Hu Shui was shocked. Of course, he knew that the swordsman wasn't speaking empty words. His gaze was fixed on the drop of blood he was hiding in. There was no mistake. How did he get exposed? This was what he was most anxious to know. However, this was the secret of the swordsman's sword technique. How could he ask? Lu Xiaoyi's face was calm and collected. In fact, all the Tao realm cultivators were fake. The river of blood was just for show. The one that was truly effective was the blood river's nemesis, the Tao of merit. This was the advantage of knowing more Tao. You could always find a way to counter it. Chapter 1322. When they gathered together, the nature of the conversation had quietly changed. Lu Xiaoyi firmly grasped the right to speak. "Let's not waste any more words. The only reason you came here, to the Willow Sea, is because of the existence of this tablet. If your blood nation's blood river tablet also has such a legend, then needless to say, my sword vein will also obediently fly over to seek cooperation. So, this is something that everyone is well aware of. What's the point of arguing? There's a sword Tao tablet here. You want to follow the sword Tao tablet, and not us, is that right? Even if I only have a small Yuanying here, he should be the one to lead the way. You are the ones who carry the coffin, throw paper flowers, and cry at the funeral. Do you still need me to teach you this? If you insist on leading the way, have you ever thought that the ancestor in the coffin can't handle it? Startle him out again? This guy's mouth was very foul, but it was basically the truth. However, Xuan Shui was very insistent. We need a promise. A guarantee. Otherwise, with so many orthodox's elites, who can we cry to if we can't even hear a sound? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Promise? A guarantee? I can't even guarantee myself, how can I guarantee you? Besides, even if I guarantee, will you believe me? Why don't you go to the Sword Tao tablet and ask the Sword Ancestor for a guarantee? How old are you? You want someone to guarantee your future? Is there anyone in the cultivation world who can make such a guarantee? Not even a deity can guarantee you, let alone a half-immortal. It's just a bet, and you still want the banker to back you up. Lu Xiaoyi scolded them and looked at them. Since everyone is here, I'll put the ugly words out there. There was nothing. No one can promise anything. No one can guarantee you anything. We are just a bunch of sword veins motley crew with some ideas. We want to break out and do something. This is our own idea. The heavens are high, and the emperor is far away. No one can command us, and there's no benefit to be gained. If you think Sword Vein can make a name for itself, then follow. If you think it's better to do it yourselves, no one will stop you. If it's deeper, I don't have it, and I don't know. The group of people felt that this swordsman was very scoundrel, but it seemed like the giant of the sword Tao was also like this. It was as if their sword ancestor had gone to the immortal court to make a scene. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little tense, Go Yuan stood up to mediate, afraid that the situation would collapse. Fellow Daoist Dan, all right, let's not discuss who is the leader. Since our three families have come together to Willowsea, there are some things that need not be said. I don't want any guarantees. Under the heavenly Tao, no one could protect anyone. Everyone had their own destinies, and their lives depended on the heavens. But there was one thing, and that was his future actions. If we put our lives on the line, it's fine if our long-term goals are unclear, but we can't keep our short-term goals in the dark, can we? What do you think, fellow Daoist Dan? Why don't you share it with us so that we can discuss it together? It's always good to hear more opinions. Lu Xiaoyi flatly refused. No plan. He had no plans. There was no target. You think I'm unreasonable? If you ask Heaven's Choice about their plans and goals, will they tell you? They didn't, but I had a countermeasure. If this isn't a joke, then what is? No long-term goals, no short-term plans, it's actually the same thing. Wherever you go, that's where you go. Damn it, if you don't die, you'll be 1,000,000 years old. Let's talk about plans. Back then, if there were a few deities in the immortal court who came together to discuss how to push down the first domino of the heavenly Tao, I reckon that this matter would most likely not succeed. Some decisions are not something that can be discussed. He stood up. It was time to end this conversation. Our four families have similar pasts in Heaven's Choice, the same predicament, and the same unbearable history. To be able to stand here after so many years, what does it mean? I respect your orthodoxies very much. To be able to reach this point, there is at least one similarity, and that is the unyielding willpower. But why? You were able to maintain your excellence for thousands of years, but on the eve of the great change, you became overcautious, timid, and hesitant. Where did your previous persistence go? You persevered until the end, just for the sake of hesitation now? If you think that there is hope in coming to Willowsea, then maintain this hope. Tell me, is there any other hope? Is there any other path? To go against the mainstream of Heaven's Choice, we only have one path. I don't need to tell you which path it is, you know it very well. He floated away, leaving behind a sentence. I don't need you to make a decision now. Let's wait and see. When the great change begins, we can all go to the origin world to relax. Perhaps in a change of environment, we will have a new way of thinking. There is no need to tie us together now, and there is no need to say that those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. What is Tao? We haven't even figured it out yet. Seeing the swordsman leave, the 11 primordial spirits fell into deep thought, but none of them became angry out of humiliation. They were all old monsters that had lived for thousands of years. They were testing and provoking the swordsman, and the swordsman was doing the same to them. It was a matter of who lost their cool first. Long Jian smiled bitterly. After testing for half a day, we didn't find out anything, except that this one ear's strength is indeed unfathomable. I find it strange. If he really came from that orthodoxy, how did he cultivate to such a level in these 600 years in Juzian? Even if that orthodoxy wanted to send someone over, why would they send a Jin Dan over a few hundred years in advance? Moreover, they were sure that this Jin Dan could become a true monarch, and rarely meet a worthy opponent, and command a war that was countless years away. Go Yuan was also very puzzled. I can understand why he couldn't say it out loud. Those few words are taboo. I even suspect that the mainstream forces of Heaven's Choice have issued a decree to Liu Hai to guard against possible changes. However, the general direction and intentions should be clear, right? Are we going to focus on Juzian? Or should we target Heaven's Choice? Do you think there is a possibility that the forces that Sword Juggernaut belongs to will attack Heaven's Choice? Go Shui flatly denied. Impossible. No one with a brain would attack Heaven's Choice. Because this would unite the Heaven's Choice continent, and a united Heaven's Choice with its huge size is simply impossible to defeat. We can only let Heaven's Choice go and not let it feel any pressure. Only then will the nearly 10,000 countries forever remain in a state of disunity, never able to gather together. Therefore, The main battlefield will not be at Heaven's Choice. Long Jian sighed. That one ear is right. This kind of thing can't be discussed. It can only be done by someone patting their own head. This head can't be patted by others, it can only be patted by him. Go Shui shook his head. We still think too highly of ourselves. Reality has proven that the mainstream forces of Heaven's Choice don't care about us. That sword juggernaut might not even care about us, so why should we fight for this leadership position? Who knows, maybe it will be a disaster and not a blessing. Forget it, then we'll go to the origin world. If the sword vein can't convince us, we'll find another realm to fight alone. Chapter 1323. P.S. I discussed with Cheng Guopin to reduce the burden. It's not that I'm shameless, but I really can't afford it. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll try my best. 40 chapters a day. Then I'll see you in the coffin. 10 chapters. I can't do it either, I'll just write a few chapters. I hope everyone can understand. Lu Xiaoyi didn't try to persuade them wholeheartedly, because it was useless. When you shout, those who respond will follow you. When you show your aura, everyone will come to you. That was a novel, not a fact. With his current reputation, strength, and years of hard work, it was already a miracle that he could win the support of the shadow-shaking sword sect and the Heaven's Choice sword sect. This was also the limit of his ability. This was the cultivation world, not a chaotic world where one couldn't eat their fill after years of starvation. If you raised your banner, countless people would respond. There was only one goal: to fill one's stomach. 4 cultivators, especially grand cultivators like nascent soul cultivators and perfected immortals, every one of them had their own views on cultivation and the universe. Every one of them was an expert in Confucianism and Taoism. Who could you fool? Then he might as well not fool them and reject them outright. This was also a kind of profound psychological warfare. It wasn't that he didn't care about these 3 forces. In a real interstellar cultivator war, the 200 to 300 people of his sword vein were really not enough. They needed the support of other orthodoxies. The more they needed, the more they had to reject. They had to understand that they were fighting for themselves, not for others. These 3 orthodoxies had been suppressed for countless years and endured for countless years. If they were still united even now, they must have strong ambitions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to persevere. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. Where could they choose? The Heaven's Choice sword sect was their archenemy for countless years. Zhu Xian wasn't aggressive enough and couldn't support a wall. If they went out to the main world to fight, they would be separated from the main battlefield. In the future, when they split the spoils, no one would consider them. They were bound to end up in the same situation as the Heaven's Choice sword sect. Apart from Shenyuan and the 5th ring, they had no other choice. Returning to the sword path steely, Banju was ashamed. Boss, we didn't do our job well and made you worry. But these people's attitudes are truly vile. It's as if our sword vein is begging them, and they're making things difficult for us. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. It's just a strategy. If you want to sell yourself to someone and get a good price, of course you have to act like you don't care. Rushing isn't a business. Mottled Bamboo asked, Boss, have you reached an agreement? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. No. I've already said that it's not business to be in a hurry. If they won't be in a hurry, do you think my sword vein will be in a hurry? The negotiations had failed. I won't even provide food for you. The perfected lords were speechless. They were well aware of the importance of these 3 sects. Without their participation, the sword vein would be greatly restricted. In a war between realms, numbers were an unavoidable hurdle, unless they all had the same strength as the sword master. Lu Xiaoyi comforted her, don't cry. However, now that it had collapsed, it was hard to say if they could still talk about it in the future. Now is not the time to form an alliance. It's too early. Don't you see that the mainstream sects of Heaven's Choice haven't raised their flags yet? If they're not in a hurry, why should we be? The sword Dao steely returned to its calm state. Lu Xiaoyi no longer sent the swordsman out to scout for information. There was nothing to scout out anyway. The information that was released now was all fake. There might not be any more allies, which made the swordsmen more focused on themselves. Now, other than themselves, they could not rely on anyone else. Under such pressure, they practiced their swordsmanship even more desperately. Lu Xiaoyi saw this and did not say much. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Who knew how many people would survive after the war? Other than themselves, cultivators could not rely on anyone else, including him. In the Heaven's Choice mainland, his sword vein was not the only one in a difficult position, including the high and mighty exalted nation. On this day, at 1,000,000 feet high in the Heaven's Volition Chi layer, 33 figures were sitting in a circle. This was a long and drawn-out debate. They had already had several debates of this scale. Now, it was time to end it. The 36 Exalted Nations of Heaven's Choice was just an overall title. In reality, there were not enough 36. There was no need for a stele. There was no cultivation power, so there was no representative. Morality had collapsed too early. Although the Exalted Nations existed, there was no cultivation power. The Destiny stele had also collapsed for thousands of years. Its strength had declined greatly. It had made up its mind not to participate, so no one cared. Merit, void, massacre, impermanence. Although these 4 Tao steles had collapsed, it was only a matter of a few hundred years. It did not affect the strength of the Exalted Nations, especially the strength of the high-level cultivators. Therefore, they could still maintain the dignity of the Exalted Nations. Therefore, there were only 33 sun gods or great Buddhas here. They represented the remaining 33 Exalted Nations. However, there were only 2 people who spoke here. Daoist Pang, Buddha Howda. In fact, they represented the 2 camps of Heaven's Choice, Taoism and Buddhism. Among the 33 Exalted Nations, 12 were Buddhist nations. They were reincarnation, unification, nirvana, karma, nothingness, yin virtue, merit, fortune, impermanence, destiny, and misfortune. The Daoist great kingdoms were interception of luck, destiny, Taisu, Taichu, Tai, Taikai, Taisha, 5 elements, yin and yang, slaughter, destruction, creation, life and death, strength, time, space, chaos, origin, Taishu, sage, and lightning. On the surface, it seemed that Taoism had the upper hand, but in reality, that was not the case. The 12 Buddhist nations worked together. Their wills were like a fortress, and they were twisted into a rope. However, the 21 Daoist nations were constantly divided, and some were even irreconcilable. Some were progressive, some were conservative, and of course, there were also those who sat on the fence and enjoyed the scenery. Hence, Daoist Pang could only represent about 10 nations. Due to the fact that the Buddhists were generally stronger than the Taoists in terms of strength, the Taoists did not have any advantage in this dispute. This was also the usual conduct of Taoism, so it was not strange at all. Unless there was a direct confrontation between Taoism and Buddhism in the Heaven's Choice continent, it was impossible for these bulls to twist into a rope. Not working together, has Taoism thought it through? Buddha Howda's voice was calm. Even though he knew this was the truth, he still wanted to confirm it. Because their next decision would be bound by the highest level of oath. It was not only an oath, but also a more practical oath. Both Taoism and Buddhism had to abide by each other's promises. If there was a violation, there would be a backlash. We won't work together, because that would form another Heaven's Choice. Whether it is Taoism or Buddhism, it has no meaning. Daoist Pang did not hesitate. Heaven's Choice continent, it was inevitable that there would be divergence. This was the natural balance of the universe's cultivation forces. Otherwise, if the Heaven's Choice continent came together, no origin world could stop them. But whether it was Taoism or Buddhism, they did not mention anything about their own direction. This was also a rule. If both sides were to head towards the 5th ring, then Heaven's Choice Taoism and Buddhism would definitely have a battle in the origin world. Very magical. But this was the cultivation world. They would not fight to the death in the Heaven's Choice continent, but would fight to the death in the origin world. For millions of years, the hatred between both sides was actually very deep. Chapter 13:24. Heaven's choice will maintain the status quo and fight for the future. Do you agree? Tanda continued. Yes. Don't bring the matters of the outer realm into the realm. This is the last retreat. This is a consensus. Daoist Pang was calm. In that case, let's make an oath. The 33 young gods present each represented their country. They each made a promise and made a joint oath. At the same time, Tanda gave a Buddhist edict to the 21 Daoist young gods, and Daoist Pang made an oath to the 12 Buddhas. This was an oath, a restriction outside of the oath. The only purpose was that regardless of whether the two sides won or lost, there would still be a place for heaven's choice when they returned. The Taoists and Buddhists each had their own thoughts. This was formed by heaven's choice over millions of years and couldn't be changed. The great change was imminent. In terms of position, whether to choose the realm or the orthodoxy became the key to decide the direction of both sides. In the end, they chose to attack with the orthodoxy as the priority, but in the defense of their homeland, the continent was the priority. The Buddhists had no intention of joining forces, but they still invited hypocritically. If they were really willing to join forces, why didn't they reveal any of their previous plans? It was just a polite invitation. The Taoists refused simply. First, they had their own considerations. Second, the Buddhists also had no sincerity. Thus, the overall situation was set. Both sides used their strength to open up the passage to the main world. If their goals were different, then they wouldn't meet in the main world for the time being. But if their goals were the same, the moment they left the anti-space, it would be the time for heaven's choice and the Buddhists to fight to the death. It was time to resolve the grudges of millions of years with the change of the new era. In the eyes of others, this kind of situation was very brainless. This was a good expedition to the main world, but before they even set off, there was already serious internal conflict. This was the path to death. But in the Heaven's Choice continent, the actual situation forced them to act this way. There was no other way. The grudges between Taoists and Buddhists couldn't be mediated. If they really joined forces, the benefits they gained were even more impossible to mediate. This kind of alliance had no foundation and no benefits. Instead of joining forces and creating trouble again, it was better to go their separate ways from the beginning. They dared to do this because of the huge size of the entire Heaven's Choice cultivation world. Even if it was divided into 3 parts, the Buddhist power, Daoist power, and the remaining power, each power was still incomparably powerful. This was the result of the anti-space Heaven's Choice continent dominating the continent for millions of years. It was also the result of the origin world's countless realms developing separately. It was impossible to change this. It was precisely because of this that they placed great importance on the safety of the Heaven's Choice continent's retreat route. That was why they had so many backup plans. For example, for the sake of the stability of the rear, they resisted the urge to deal with some troublemakers and had always turned a blind eye to them. They had even bestowed large floating rafts to the 7 families that jumped the most. They would rather send them away than make a move. The real reason was because they didn't want to stir up internal strife in the Heaven's Choice continent. Among the 3 forces, in terms of numbers, the forces left behind were actually the largest. It was just that they were not of one mind, each minding their own business. If you took the initiative to start a purge, it would be like gathering all these people together. The threat they posed was completely different from the threat of the 7 families. In the negative space, we are the chosen ones. Once we enter the origin world, we will become deer chasers. In that case, does Taoism acknowledge it? Tanda took one step after another. He couldn't be blamed for being aggressive. With the nature of Taoism, if you didn't force him, he would endure until the end of time. It's my duty to pursue my ideals. Father, son, and brothers, each serve his own master. When they leave, they fight for supremacy, and when they return, they are home. Taoism has no objections. In that case, let's make an oath. Both sides went through the same procedure again. In fact, if they really wanted to come to a conclusion today, they would have to go through the same procedure many times. Buddha is Taoism, and Taoism is Buddha. Between us, there are differences, but there are also common understandings. If there are those who follow the good path, we can't stop them. Does Taoism have any objections? Daoist Pang took a deep breath. This question was actually directed at Taoism. The one who would suffer losses would definitely be Taoism. Because as the leader, there were too many schools of thought in Taoism. Tanda's meaning was very simple. If there were those in Taoism who were willing to follow Buddhism, they couldn't stop them. Similarly, if there were those in Buddhism who were willing to follow Taoism, the mainstream Buddhism could only watch. It seemed fair, but in reality, Buddhism was a monolithic block while Taoism was lax. It went without saying who was at a disadvantage and who was at an advantage. Yes. But this kind of following the good path should be done from beginning to end. In that case, we can reach an agreement. Daoist Pang's counterattack was equally sharp. What he meant was, since Buddhism thought that they could pull people from Taoism, then this kind of tolerance shouldn't be limited to the early stage of the Great Change, but must be from beginning to end. If one day, you, the Buddhist League, fail in your expedition, we, the Daoist League, can justifiably accept those weak forces in your Buddhist League who are struggling to survive. In fact, it was a competition of confidence. Tanda didn't hesitate. Yes, let's make an oath. This operation lasted for a long time. No matter how big or small, it had to be arranged and considered in advance. Behind each of them, there were nearly 100 sun gods supporting them. Under such an agreement, it was impossible for anything to be miss. A month later, the 33 sun gods joined their palms together and made an oath. The contract was formed. The Great Change had begun. Under the cooperation of Taoism and Buddhism, the Heaven's Choice continent was completely sealed off. Even the passage of the ancient beasts had to be inspected. Of course, the ancient beasts themselves weren't included in the inspection, but the people they brought in and out. Since then, the passage of the Heaven's Choice continent was isolated. No one could enter, and no one could leave. Those cultivators floating in the negative space could only continue to float outside until the main force of the Heaven's Choice continent was mobilized and no longer sealed off. Those who still wanted to go to the main world to look for opportunities could only kill their plans. This was an inevitable measure before the army was mobilized. It put an end to all information transmission and made the final preparations to form a limited degree of abruptness. The various large countries began to mobilize their influence in the surrounding small and medium-sized countries, striving to deepen their own camp. At this time, there was no need to hide anything. Except for the direction and time of the target, which were still unknown, the others began to show their cards. They each stood on their own side, chose to rely on them, and gambled on their future. This was a separation of the old order. Inside many small and medium-sized countries, there were different opinions on this, and it was difficult to balance the forces. This was also a hidden strategy of the 36 large countries. For the safety of their retreat, they dismembered the stability of the small and medium-sized forces. It was also at this time that the large cultivators of the large countries began to go to different places. The Sword Dao Steely's Willow Sea, the Body Lineage Alliance, the Blood River Steely, and the other 7 mischievous forces were harassed again. Furthermore, there was a Chamber of Commerce who passed on a message that the Heaven's Choice continent would open a passage and allow these 7 families to leave at a certain time. They had to leave even if they didn't want to. In the current environment, no matter how strong one was, there would be a butcher's knife falling. In the Heaven's Choice continent, no one could resist the will of the large countries. Chapter 1325. Qing Xian's heart was filled with anxiety as he flew through the vast negative space. He had been out for more than 200 years. Just over 10 years ago, he made an important decision. He did not consider returning, but continued to fly. In his original plan, he would need to return after flying for nearly 200 years. He would return to Juxian to meet up with the sword lunatic. The two of them had come out together, so they had to return together. This was something he had always insisted on. Even if they were once enemies, he was not willing to abandon his companions who had been with him for hundreds of years. However, some things were easier said than done. Even if he had set a time limit of 300 years, it seemed like he had overestimated himself. He had already flown out of the route that the two of them had planned. It only took him 20 years to reach the end of the route. The rest of the time was to go deeper, deeper, and deeper. So deep that the risk of his return journey was no less than the risk of going forward. He had already lost his way. However, there was one thing that he was certain of, and that was that the general direction they were heading in was correct. They would definitely not reach the vicinity of Qing Kong, but overall, even though there were deviations, they would definitely be getting closer and closer to Qing Kong. He had no choice but to give up on his promise with the swordsman. With his current situation, there was no other way for him to go. Traveling alone was an arduous journey. In the vast negative space, there were traps and accidents everywhere. Some were from the void beasts, some were from humans. Of course, most of them were from the negative space's curved surface. He had no choice but to come out of the main world every few years to compare the positive and negative space to make sure that his direction was not too far off. His ability to do so was not only due to the three clear orthodoxes' comprehensive strength, but also due to his own effort. Ever since he became a nascent soul, he had been trying his best to strengthen a Tao realm, the Tao realm of space. This was to prepare for a long journey. That unreliable swordsman would probably not care. If the two of them flew together, that guy would definitely pass the responsibility of leading the way to him. Then, he would just enjoy the scenery and complain about it. He could only do it himself. Hence, his preparations for the return journey were many times more meticulous than the unreliable swordsman. This was also why he had persevered until now. Although he had long deviated from the course, there was no fundamental error in the general direction. He had broken his promise, but he believed that the swordsman would understand. If that swordsman was in his shoes, he would have already made up his mind to walk down this path. He knew that grandson very well. What supported him in making such a decision was his true sense as a cultivator. As a true monarch, he had a premonition that changes would happen in the near future. If he went back now, he would not be able to reach either end. In this turbulent era, he didn't want to be a bystander. He wanted to participate. Just like swordsman, his judgment was based on Qing Kong's, that's right, in the azure sky. The multiple choice question was very simple for him. He couldn't help much with Zhuxian. There were countless great cultivators and true monarchs there. Even if his strength was outstanding, how many people could he be a match for? In the same way, he didn't need to worry about the fifth ring. That was the core of their power. They were the plundering power that had dominated the universe for tens of thousands of years. If even they were attacked, he could only say that the fifth ring was fated to face this calamity. He couldn't help either. The only person he could help was Qing Kong, because he knew that Qing Kong's cultivator strength couldn't be compared to the fifth ring. It was just a place to live out the rest of his life. Even if the fifth ring could provide some support, its strength would be very limited. Because the one who had caused the infamy for tens of thousands of years wasn't Qing Kong, but the fifth ring, his individual strength couldn't be of much use in the main battlefield, but it might not be the case in the secondary battlefield. This was the conclusion the two of them had reached after chatting for several days. No matter how the Heaven's Choice continent was played, there was one thing: Zhuxian, 5 rings, Qing Kong, none of them would be able to escape. They would all be under the enemy's attack. The only difference was who would attack. But they could only return to Qing Kong. If there was time, they would see if they could send out a warning. They had guessed countless times that the Heaven's Choice continent might have other tricks up their sleeves. They were also guessing how the Fifth Ring sect would respond to this. But guessing wouldn't solve the problem. The distance was too far, so far that the Fifth Ring sect couldn't monitor the Heaven's Choice continent. Even if they did monitor them, how would they send back the news? No matter how stupid the Heaven's Choice continent was, they would know to have a clear target before attacking. How would they be able to run ahead of them? The best way was to set up a warning system in the surrounding space of the Fifth Ring sect. This would also achieve the purpose of warning. This was a very troublesome problem. With the Fifth Ring sect's tradition, they would have attacked long ago. Why would they have to passively defend? But reality proved that they couldn't attack forever. There were two key factors that made the Fifth Ring sect unable to take the initiative to attack. One was the extremely long distance, and the second was the enormous size of the Heaven's Choice continent. When you didn't attack, the Heaven's Choice continent was still loose. But as long as you took the initiative to attack, the Heaven's Choice continent would immediately become a huge monster. They would also sink into the sea of cultivators and be unable to extricate themselves. It was very passive, but there was nothing they could do. The effect of an individual in the waves of the universe was still too limited. In any case, he couldn't think of any way to solve this problem. He could only use his body to fill in the gap. He also believed in the Fifth Ring sect's ability and left the rest to Heaven's will. He just didn't know how far that swordsman would go if he was here. He had never been to the Heaven's Choice continent, but that didn't mean he didn't understand it. Whether it was the memories from the Three Pure Ones or the understanding from Taishen, he knew the terrifying number of Heaven's Choice continent cultivators. It was equivalent to gathering all the worlds of the origin world together. Just thinking about it was terrifying. He was somewhat regretting it. He shouldn't have come out. You went out for a stroll when the big show was going on. You deserved to be replaced by someone else. He was somewhat suspicious. Did that grandson know that a good show was about to start, so he purposely kicked him further away? In this place where there was no village ahead and no shop behind, the lonely Qing Xian was flying by himself. He didn't talk to himself often when he needed to maintain a certain level of language ability, even if it was a cultivator. If they didn't speak for 200 years, their language ability would fade. Not only language, but also thinking. He had to constantly deduce various kinds of complicated martial arts in his mind to maintain his brain's activity. In the void of the universe, even if there were no astronomical phenomena, even if it was eternally peaceful, when you flew by yourself for hundreds of years, your eyes, ears, and brain would slowly fall into an eternal silence. In the end, you would become a part of the universe, no longer thinking, and become dull. This was a very common symptom in the cultivation world. It was called the emptiness syndrome. He secretly told himself that if he could safely survive this calamity, it would be time to find one or a few pet. His mouth must be smelly. His hands must be cheap. His heart must be bad. Ian, wasn't this the portrayal of that swordsman? Chapter 1326. Lu Xiaoyi stood on the Sword Dao tablet, trying to feel the silent oppression. Since a few days ago, unknown cultivators had appeared in the sky above the Willow Sea. No one knew who they were. Where did they come from? Lu Xiaoyi did not ask his subordinates to expel them, because he knew their purpose very well. There were some things that he had already thought through clearly. There was no need to think about it anymore. He was scaring himself. Ban Zhu approached him gently. Boss, the Chamber of Commerce sent news. In 3 months, there will be a passage leading to the outside of Heaven's Choice. It's said to be a way of business, but you know, it should be the opening that the upper countries opened for us. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Exiled. Do you blame me? If I didn't gather you together, maybe only 6 families would be expelled. Ban Zhu sneered. Boss, with or without you, we are destined to be the ones to be chased out of this place. The reason is very simple. We learned the sword from the Sword Dao tablet. Just for this, we should be the first on the blacklist. Moreover, even if you don't organize it, we will organize it ourselves. Under such a situation, it would be completely brainless to scatter in all directions. That's why no one knows that you are here. Because they know that we from the sword vein will definitely gather here. Huang Nian interrupted from the side. Senior brother is right. It's just a matter of a few years. The war is imminent. Who would dare to leave the most dangerous enemy in their own heart? It doesn't matter if you have this intention or not. At least now we know what to do. Where to do it. Not like a bunch of headless flies. Mottled Bamboo suggested. 3 months isn't that long. Boss, You don't want us to repair that large floating raft. That thing is really broken. I suspect that it will disperse when it breaks through the space. Why don't we gather some more ziching and exchange for some key parts? Prepare more spares. I estimate that it won't be a problem to fly to Juzian, but I'm afraid that it won't last long if it goes any further. Lu Xiaoyi was a little amused. These guys were trying to dig out his bottom line. They just wanted to know where their destination was. According to their understanding, if not, the destination would be the battlefield in Juzian. If they cultivate diligently, it might be in the distance, the holy land that they hide in their heart. I don't want to fix it. That's it. Lu Xiaoyi made a decision. Mottled Bamboo and Huang Nian looked at each other. Their destination was Juzian. This was the most logical conclusion. He was a little disappointed that he could not directly contribute to his sword vein. Thus, he asked the question that had been lingering in his heart. In the past few days, the changes in the continent had been very obvious. The actions of pulling the mountain were no longer hidden. Boss, you also think it's Juzian? Why was it that Juzian had tried every possible means to get rid of this trouble, yet they were unable to do so in the end? I heard that Juzian has the origin world's most powerful defensive innate spiritual treasure, the heaven and earth chessboard. I'm afraid this will be a long and drawn-out war, but in the distance, the other choice has no defense at all, not even the world grand membrane. Lu Xiaoyi smiled but did not answer. This was usually a pretense when he really did not know. It was an unfathomable act. Huang Nian was also very curious. The situation of heaven's choice is clear. The main forces will be divided into Taoists and Buddhists, each blowing their own trumpets, singing their own tunes, and pulling their own legis. So, if they don't meet with each other, one of them will definitely deal with Juzian? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. That's the general idea. Don't try to trick me. I actually don't know anything. I don't even know who to trick. Distribute the quality of the pills. I'm going out to relax and take a look at the magnificent mountains and rivers. Seeing the sword master disappear into the night sky, the few of them curled their lips. They did not know what he was doing. The sword master had a big plan. This was their consensus. It was just that he was too tight-lipped, not even letting out a fart. In their opinion, he was going to find the other sects to discuss it, right? After all, if they did not communicate with each other, they would not have another chance. If he went to the void of the universe, how could he still be in the mood? The great change was imminent. They were excited, but also regretful. They were excited because they were lucky enough to participate in such a grand event. Regretful because the sects in their hearts could not see what they were doing. Then, were they considered disciples of the sword vein? If the sword master said they were, then they were. Sometimes, drawing their swords was just a form of acknowledgement, a form of acknowledgement. This was the hot blood of mortals. It should not appear in cultivators. But they were swordsmen, different. A month later, also 110 years after Lu Xiaoyi entered the Sword Dao Stele for the second time. When he appeared at the Sword Dao Stele, a huge anti-space floating raft was already floating in the air. Its exterior was covered in rust. This was because they did not have the money to repair it. The limited amount of spiritual opportunity was spent on the core components. Why would the swordsman, who did not care about appearances, care about whether it looked impressive or not? It was not a fancy boat. 291 swordsmen floated in the air. Among them, 35 were monarchs. They were ready to set off. The air was filled with a chilly atmosphere. Their gazes were resolute. Even if they knew that they might not be able to return, none of them were reluctant to leave. Lu Xiaoyi did not lecture them. There was no need for that. They had lived together for more than 100 years. What needed to be said had been said. There was no need to say more. Next, they should speak with their swords. Looking at the row of monarchs in front, he pointed at the floating raft and was speechless. Can't you keep this thing? Isn't it too big? We don't need it now. You're making it look like a rich man fleeing for his life. A monarch retorted, Boss, we can't keep it. The raft ring's function has failed. We don't have the money to repair it. The swordsman laughed heartlessly. Lu Xiaoyi also laughed. Then sit on it. We'll drink as we walk. The swordsman roared in agreement. They did not enter the raft. They sat on top of the raft and drank as they enjoyed the strong astral wind. They were bidding farewell to the land of heaven's choice. They were bidding farewell to their past. The floating raft swayed, and black smoke came out from the end of the raft. A few people on the raft were cursing and swearing. Fortunately, they managed to get the guy to move. Because it was a void floating raft, it was very difficult to move in the atmosphere. The black smoke never stopped. Lu Xiaoyi threw the wine pot and shouted, "The king sent me to patrol the mountains." The swordsman echoed, "I'll take a look around the mortal world." Lu Xiaoyi's hoarse voice continued, "The king sent me to patrol the mountains." The floating raft gradually went away. The villagers along the Willow Sea only heard the last sentence. Catch a monk for dinner. They understood that these perverted immortals who had lived here for more than 100 years had left. Moreover, it was very likely that they would never return. Perhaps they were indeed perverted and immoral. However, for more than 100 years, not a single mortal had been bullied. On the contrary, countless families had benefited from it. Some people knelt down and silently gave their blessings, feeling lost. Chapter 13:27. The floating raft deliberately flew above heaven's choice, passing by mountains and rivers. They were all familiar places in the swordsman sect, places where they had fought, places where their companions were buried, places where they had slept. Gradually, everyone became quiet. As they stared, a different kind of pride rose within them. This was the final farewell, but no one said goodbye. If everything could be redone, would they still choose the sword? They would. If their lives ended sooner or later, would they be buried in their old home? They wouldn't. This was a one-way ticket. Once they went up, they couldn't come back down. From the moment they chose the sword, the heavens had already decided. The sword vein was the last to arrive, but it was also the most eye-catching. It was the black wind. At this time, Lu Xiaoyi wouldn't show his face. A few veteran perfected lords were in charge of greeting and communicating. The atmosphere was very quiet. The 7 large floating rafts didn't communicate with each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. To be precise, they were a group of stray dogs. They were unstable elements that had been expelled from the continent. With Shangguo's sun god guarding the pass, it was understated and not very detailed. On the floating raft, Huang Nian was somewhat puzzled. They don't seem to be serious. Aren't they afraid that we'll secretly bring non-sword vein cultivators out of the region to spread the news? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. What news can you spread? What do you know? We know, and the people of Juzian in the main world have long made their judgment. What they don't know, we don't know either. A large-scale cultivation war doesn't have complete abruptness. Even if Juzian realized something, what can they prepare? In the end, it's just a clash of strength. Song Rong asked, after we leave, will heaven's choice begin? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. No. Decades, it's still too early. Until no one remembers us anymore. Until the other side's defense slackens because of the delay. The most frightening thing is when the sword hangs above your head, because you don't know when it will fall. When it does, it doesn't matter, because there's no need to think about it. Huang Nian asked a question that had been on his mind for a long time. The Pill Cultivator Organization, the Beast Tamer Association, and the Body Lineage Alliance. Do we really not need to interact with these 3? I've always felt that if we work together, we'll be able to do something big. No matter where we go, we'll be able to make our voices heard. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. The 7 families together have more than 200 perfected cultivators and 2,000 to 3,000 yuanying. They're not weak at all. If we don't consider the sun god, they're almost as strong as a weak country. But what we need to consider is, how many of them have the determination to go all out? History could prove the sufferings of an orthodoxy. Blood River, soul cultivators, martial saints, they were all like this. There was no chance of them being bribed. Pill cultivators wouldn't either, because they only recognized money. Moreover, Heaven's choice probably wouldn't give them a suitable price. On the eve of a great battle, every bit of spiritual opportunity was precious. But beast taming and body veins are different. Their history of suffering isn't long. As far as I know, it's only been a few hundred years. To them, there really exists an illusory hope to rope them in. For example, building their own country, returning to the mainstream. If there are internal problems on the battlefield, it's too dangerous. I won't take the risk, and I won't play hide and seek with them. It's better for us to go our separate ways. Everyone understood what he meant. Among the 7 teams, there might be some who wanted to play the trick of injuring themselves. This was probably the final measure of Heaven's choice against them. There was no conclusive evidence for this kind of thing. When internal strife broke out, it was too late to regret. It was very troublesome. Zhu Fan raised a very realistic question. What if they insist on following us? Lu Xiaoyi's eyes turned cold. I've heard that when going to war, blood must be sacrificed to the flag. We seem to be missing a procedure. The rafts formed a long snake. In front, there was a cultivator from heaven leading the way. Behind him, there were 7 large floating rafts following closely. After flying like this for more than a year, Lu Xiaoyi finally got rid of the Heaven's selection gravitational field. He heaved a sigh of relief not because of his own safety, but because none of the 7 tattered floating rafts had broken down. After getting out of the gravitational field, a few cultivators from Heaven's choice stood in a row and watched coldly. Their meaning was clear. The circuit was broken. It was like a bastard being chased out of his family. Noticing the anger of the swordsman on the rafts, Lu Xiaoyi sighed and didn't say anything. This was the result of causing trouble when they weren't strong enough. To be honest, there was no right or wrong. Who asked them to be so stubborn? Once they entered the negative space, 6 of the 7 floating rafts were very hesitant. This was because they couldn't determine their future direction. Not every orthodoxy had their own legends. They were also very confused when they were thrown into the vast universe as a warning to others. This wasn't a sudden opportunity. They had known about their situation for many years. However, the key was that their direction in the universe wasn't something that could be figured out in a few years or decade. For example, the Blood River sect. Go to Juzian. They would be crushed to pieces in a great battle. Go to the origin world and find a realm to live in. Large realms couldn't be formed, but there was the great membrane of heaven and earth. They also had to think carefully about medium-sized realms. Was there a sun god there? They weren't willing to go to the lower realms. Their hearts were higher than the sky, but their lives were thinner than paper. Humans were a clumsy race. When they really came to the void of the universe and couldn't go back, other than desolation, there was only helplessness and confusion left. It was the same for the other sect. This kind of confusion was somewhat brainless during the voyage. They wanted to split up and achieve their own small goals, but they were unwilling. They wanted to go their separate ways, but they were also worried that after they left, the others would gather together to do big things. They were worried that they would be abandoned and isolated from the mainstream. No one was born a heretic. They were treated as heretics for their own historical reasons. However, when these people who shared the same fate were exiled into the universe, they were still reluctant to part with each other. Speed up. Go to the Marrow 7 mark. Lu Xiaoyi decisively made a decision. This time, the cultivators controlling the rafts flew very steadily. They knew that the time to decide their future was coming. Why Marrow 7? Why not the Juzian mark? No one asked. From the moment they stepped out of the Heaven's Choice continent, they had completely handed themselves over to their sword masters. The 7 floating rafts began to diverge. Originally, this group's subconscious direction was the most obvious Juzian mark nearby, which was also the one everyone was most familiar with. Everyone was sticking to the rules, thinking of stopping at the Juzian mark for a short while to make a final communication. But now, the last floating raft suddenly accelerated, deviating from the rest of the group by an angle, and gradually overtaking them. It was as if their goal was firm. Although the swordsmen never lacked the courage to fight alone, they still needed friend. Especially when the universe was in chaos. No one showed it, but every swordsman's attention was focused on the tail of the raft. If no other floating raft caught up within 45 minutes, then they would forever lose these potential comrade. Silence, anxiety, hesitation, thinking left and right, internal struggle. These kinds of emotions were experienced by all the other floating rafts except for the swordsman, especially Blood River, Soul Cultivator, and Martial Saint Training Hall. They were very angry that the swordsman really didn't care and treated them as nothing. They were waiting for the other two to make a decision. Everyone thought so, but in the end, no one made a move. The group of floating rafts still maintained a straight line towards Juzian. Suddenly, one of the rafts changed direction and followed the Sword Veins raft that was cutting through the waves alone. Mottled Bamboo was very surprised. Beast tamer madman? Why is it them? Chapter 1328. With the first beast taming orthodoxy turning, the rest were easy to follow. The Martial Saint Training Hall's floating raft turned, and sent out the language of light, follow. Soul Cultivators, Blood River Path, Pill Cultivators. In the end, only the individual lineage alliance was left, still struggling and refusing to turn. The fight in the rafts was in full swing, and it was starting to develop from talking to fighting. Those who played with the body all had bad tempers. In the end, the individual orthodoxies still submitted to the collective will. These damned swordsmen, didn't they know how to discuss this beforehand? Would it kill them to say a few more words? The raft team was still the same raft team, the only difference was that the direction had changed, and the leader had changed. Before the raft team completely accelerated, a figure flashed across the void, and crashed into the leading swordsman's raft. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Senior, someone like you who cherishes your body shouldn't get involved in this mess. I'll be blunt, if we really fight, no one will protect you. Have you prepared your coffin? Wenji sat down in front of him, carefully sizing up this little guy who was no longer a little guy, and sighed. I'm not here to follow you. I'm here to follow my faith. I've traveled around the world, and occasionally observed the sky at night, and knew that there were people who comprehended their faith. My first impression was you, and now it seems that I guessed correctly. Lu Xiaoyi didn't say yes or no. If I really have faith now, you shouldn't follow me, because I don't need you to tempt me anymore. Senior, I'm not joking, this time it might be really dangerous. You're not good at fighting, so why bother? Wenji stretched his waist comfortably, and said meaningfully, do you know that the battlefield doesn't always rely on fighting, and sometimes other things need to be done too? To my faith, everyone who comprehended their faith is the master of faith. They are all people I follow. And this time, I'm here to give you a gift. Lu Xiaoyi was curious. Gift? Senior, are you planning to give me the news of the Tao fragment for free? Wenji waved his hand. Faith is faith, business is business. When did you hear that faith can be treated as business? What I want to tell you is that among the remaining 6 teams, the Martial Saint Training Hall can be completely trusted. Lu Xiaoyi remained calm. Why? Wenji said word by word, because they all have faith. Otherwise, how do you think they could survive for so long in Heaven's Choice with their martial skills? I can help you contact them and have them become your most capable helpers. During this period of time, cultivators from various orthodoxies came to communicate. Lu Xiaoyi did not mention a word about the purpose of this meeting. It was up to them to follow or not. They were cultivators, but they couldn't do anything. 2 years later, they finally arrived at route number 7. Lu Xiaoyi passed down his instructions. They still had to follow the current formation and enter the space passage in order to enter the main world. However, it was unanimously opposed by the other 6 families. The reason is clear, all of them are old masters' broken rafts, their gathering capacity is limited, there won't be a single raft to open a path, the remaining rafts can only gather together one by one, and cross one by one. In that case, if your Sword Veins floating raft is the first to cross, and runs away on its own, who are we going to look for? It would take about an hour for each floating raft to pass through. Such a long time was more than enough for them to disappear without a trace. The Marshal Saint Training Hall stepped forward and requested to be the first to pass, followed by the Sword Vein, Familiar, Soul Cultivator, Blood River, Body Vein. Everyone agreed to this change, and the Sword Vein wouldn't object. Thus, the first step to the origin world was to open at the Marrow 7 marker. It was also the Sword Soldier's first step into the origin world. Passing through the Marshal Saint Training Hall went very smoothly. Although the old master's raft's energy was a little forced to break through the wall, it still managed to open up a passage in the end, leaving a gap that was only big enough for one raft to pass through. This meant that the other rafts would not be able to borrow the light and would have to start all over again. Wenji clicked his tongue and sighed. Shangwa's methods are really good, what a talent. To be able to make all 7 of the rafts so old, they can only pass through one by one. I estimate that the number of times they can break through the wall is limited, and there's also the amount of time the main power can keep operating. These things, it's fine to take a shortcut, but it'll be bad if you go too far. Little friend, you can't afford to be careless. Lu Xiaoyi sneered, once we reach the origin world, we can just fly with our bodies. How many swordsmen have you seen sitting on a floating raft and enjoying life? As for how many times they can break through the wall, once is enough. If we win, we can take as many floating rafts as we want. If we fail, we'll return to the heavens, and we won't need to use a floating raft anymore. Wenji sighed in his heart. The swordsman's actions were truly ruthless, but it was precisely because of this ruthlessness that they were able to erupt with battle prowess that far surpassed other orthodoxy. Little friend, why did you let the Marshal Saint Training Hall take the lead? You should be worried about whether the people behind us will follow, not the ones in front. The Marshal Saint Training Hall had secretly reached an agreement with the Sword Vein during the 2 years of the voyage. They were the Sword Vein's only reliable ally, so of course they should be used separately, and not one side should be first and the other side should be second, giving the other factions a chance to negotiate individually. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't worried at all, of course not. They're at a loss right now, with nowhere to go and no backbone. If they form a group by themselves, who's going to listen to who? After passing through the Marshal Saint Training Hall smoothly, the Sword Vein was next. With the same dawdling and the same old ox pulling the broken cart, the spatial passage finally formed after exerting a Herculean effort. Then, it disappeared into the passage. As Wenji expected, the remaining 5 factions came out to stir up trouble. It wasn't that they wanted to start a new faction, but rather, they wanted to. This won't do. Since the 7 of us are now in the same boat, we should be honest with each other. What's the point of being so secretive about it? Are the 6 of us just tagging along? A body cultivator from the Body Vein Alliance was the first to make trouble, shouting loudly. A Pil Dao perfected lord also responded, that's right. The Sword Vein's history has a lot to do with the change of eras this time, so we're willing to follow along and find a way out. This is also the reason why everyone hasn't left yet. However, shouldn't we restrict the Sword Vein's authority? I think they're feeling a little too good right now, thinking that they're number 1 in the world. They're just heaven's chosen swordsmen, not 5th ring swordsmen. What's with the pretense? A Blood River Path cultivator retorted, when have we not tried all these things you're talking about? We've been asking for answers these 2 years, but the Sword Vein refused to say anything, only saying that there would be an answer within 3 years. Now that almost 2 years have passed, why not wait? Most importantly, even if we fall out with them, what's the use? Who should we go to? Which great realm would be at ease taking in people like us who have been expelled? The group of people argued, unable to understand for a moment. Chapter 1329. While they were arguing, the third beast taming orthodoxy didn't participate. When the space in front of them calmed down, they immediately activated the floating raft formation and started to break through the wall without any hesitation. This kind of situation made it very boring to watch a group of people arguing. They were half-hearted here, but the other side was very determined. 3 sects had already passed, so what could the remaining 4 sects do? Isolating the Sword Vein was already impossible. At most, they could split it, but what was the point? Thus, they sighed and lost interest in arguing. They returned to their respective rafts and prepared to break through the wall. Just as Daoist Blood River had said, since there was still a year, they would wait a little longer. Only the Blood River sect and the Soul Cultivator sect were still in communication, because they already felt that something was wrong. True Monarch Goyuan thought, "Senior brother, why do I feel that something is wrong? If we're going to follow the sword vein, shouldn't our three sects be the most in need? When did it become the beast taming sect? When we just left the Heaven's Choice gravitational field and rushed into the universe in the direction of Juzian, the beast taming sect was the first to follow the sword vein. This caused a chain reaction. Now, it's the same again. The Imperial Beasts people didn't even discuss it with us, and just followed us with their hearts set on it. I don't believe that they didn't collude with the sword vein in private. So, the sword vein's trump card is the beast taming sect. True Monarch Jiao Shui was also feeling uneasy. That's not all. There's also this Martial Saint training hall. After leaving Heaven's Choice, they were the third to follow, and they even used the cursor. What right do they have? Do they have the right to use the cursor? Our three sects have already decided to work together. Since when did the Martial Saint Training Hall represent our three sects? And this time, they even took the lead. They also didn't discuss it with us. What's going on? Do they think that they've found a powerful backer and don't care about their sects anymore? Sigh, I was a little slow to react. Otherwise, you and I would have taken the lead. I want to see what the sword vein has up their sleeves. The two of them thought about it, but couldn't think of anything. They could only wait for the beast taming sect to pass before it was their turn. Otherwise, the uneasiness in their hearts would grow stronger. Could it be that Heaven's Choice had already made its move? It shouldn't be that fast, right? As soon as the sword vein's floating raft emerged from the spatial passage, the swordsman's voice rang out in the cabin while they were still immersed in the vastness of the overworld and the starlight in the negative space. Get out of the cabin and set up the formation. Prepare for battle. The swordsmen were confused. Battle? To whom? An ambush? Or was it the Martial Saint training hall outside? Thoughts were thoughts, doubts were doubts, but the instincts that had formed over the past 100 years still made them subconsciously jump out of the rafts and get into battle formation. Under the starry sky, no matter how far he tried to extend his divine sense, he still couldn't sense any enemies approaching. Only the floating raft in the Martial Saint training hall not far away was silently floating in the air, with no one coming out. Who was the opponent? This was everyone's question. Lu Xiaoyi's expression was cold. The second order revealed the mystery. Target. Next on the floating raft, Beast Tamer. There was only one rule: do not spread. The principle was to kill without mercy. No pursuit. You can make your own plans. The few perfected lords in charge quickly gathered together and began to nervously analyze and make arrangement. Fighting wasn't the problem. The problem was how to make use of the situation where the opponent had just come out of the space passage and had yet to gain a firm foothold, to achieve the greatest results with the least cost. This was just the appetizer. As for the reason, they had already thought of it. The Swordmaster had said that these 6 families must have been set up by the great powers of Shangguan. Now, it seemed like it was these beasts who were playing with them. That's right, it didn't make sense that the closest thing to them was the beast tamer. It was completely unrelated. Lu Xiaoyi sent his divine sense to the floating raft in the Martial Saint training hall. Inside the raft, the hundreds of Martial Saints were all on guard. They also didn't know what the sword vein wanted to do. Was it targeting them? But they didn't dare to go out, afraid of causing misunderstandings. Lu Xiaoyi's communication came at the right time. Senior Brother Long, I have some things that I need to explain to you in advance. Longxing stared blankly for a while, his heart filled with shock. Even though he had always boasted that he was unyielding and fearless in the Martial Saint training hall, in front of the infamous sword range, he was still not ferocious enough, not cold enough, not taking life seriously. Junior brother, if the evidence is conclusive, of course the Martial Saint training hall has nothing to say. Lu Xiaoyi said decisively, there's no evidence. And no time to find. Kill first. Senior brother can watch from the side. If you don't want to be stained with blood, there's no need to make a move. Long Jian struggled in his heart. He had never thought that as soon as he came out of the main world, there would be an internal battle. But he also understood that the meaning of being a gambler was to be resolute in placing bet. You can't be hesitant about whether to bet big or small. In the end, you won't get anything. Now, did the Marshall Saint Training Hall still have the chance to sit on the fence? Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Everyone, get out of the raft. Sword Vein, the first wave. We're the second wave. Our target is the Imperial Beast sect. Kill them all, don't leave any loose ends." The spatial tunnel gradually formed, and the Imperial Beast sect's floating raft slowly poked its head out of the spatial tunnel, followed by the cabin and the tail. Just before the entire raft was about to completely leave the spatial tunnel, the tens of millions of sword lights hanging in the air suddenly fell down. What would happen if cultivators attacked the floating raft? There wasn't an accurate answer, but under normal circumstances, the defense of the floating raft wasn't something that cultivators could easily break. The bigger the floating raft, the more and more defense formations it had. Therefore, the defense of a large floating raft was not something that small or medium-sized rafts could compare to. In theory, even if there were 100 or 200 cultivators attacking at the same time, they wouldn't be able to break through the hard shell of a large floating raft. But Zhu Fan, Song Rong, and the others were extremely vicious. They sharply grasped the fatal weakness of the Imperial Beast sect's floating raft and attacked with all their might. The raft that Heaven's Choice Heavenly Empire had gifted them was originally old goods, and had been used for a long time. This kind of deterioration wasn't reflected in the strength of the outer shell, but in the propulsion system. The main defense of the floating raft was also the formation defense provided by the propulsion system, and not how hard the outer shell was. The outer shell was easy to replace, but the propulsion system was huge. In fact, these 7 families didn't spend much effort to repair it, and all of them had the attitude of using it whenever they could. Completely repairing it was already meaningless. These floating rafts were already barely able to propel themselves, and after breaking through and maintaining the spatial tunnel, there wasn't much left. They weren't like the new floating rafts, which could still maintain a relatively strong defense while breaking through the spatial tunnel. The swordsmen chose to attack when the Imperial Beast sect's floating raft was about to leave because they wanted to seize this opportunity. All of the floating raft's power was still used to maintain the spatial tunnel, and its formation defense was close to zero due to the lack of propulsion. The current floating raft was purely a large object, and it was completely exposed to the combined attacks of the swordsmen. The result was obvious. Most of the cultivators and their pet beasts were blown to pieces in midair. Chapter 1330. With one strike, 80% of the beast trainer sect was reduced to ashes. What followed was the frenzied killing of the swordsman group. Close to 300 swordsmen formed a net of swords, surrounding, dragging, and twisting. Only a few of the strongest Essence Soul perfected cultivators who were covered in injuries charged out. What awaited them was the merciless killing of the swordsman perfected cultivators. Long Jian and the other cultivators from the Marshall Saint Training Hall felt their throats tighten and their mouths go dry. They knew very well that if they were in Long Jian's shoes, the result would be the same. There were no surprises. This was the difference between an army and a bandit, the difference between a professional and a semi-professional. They had completely lost the will to compete. Perhaps only such orthodoxies could set off monstrous waves in the universe, right? Just follow them. If you can't be the peak of the wave, you can be the bottom of the wave, but don't be the reef. Zhu Fan glared at Lu Xiaoyi fiercely. Lu Xiaoyi knew what he meant and waved his hand. No need to clean up the battlefield. Just leave it there. Since my sword vein has made a move, I'm not afraid of others knowing. The sword cultivators obeyed their orders as if they were only out to take a piss. After they were done, they didn't show off or linger around. Instead, they went back into the floating raft and disappeared. The entire process was done cleanly and without any sloppiness. The more it was like this, the more chilling it was. The eerie silence was suffocating. Wenji stayed in the Marshall Saint Training Hall's floating raft and barely counted as half an envoy. He didn't make a sound. Long Jen didn't let him go. Elder Wen, you've really pushed a good fire pit for us. If they do this, they can wipe out the remaining sects in a few hours. Wenji didn't show any weakness. What's there to be afraid of? Moreover, if I didn't push you into the pit, wouldn't you jump into it yourself? Isn't it still a jump? Since you've jumped, you should stay put. Sooner or later, you'll get out of the pit. When that time comes, the universe will be peaceful, and you'll have the power in your hands. It's better than being a mouse in the universe. How many years have I been swallowing my anger? If this goes on, everyone's faith will become submissive. Long Jen sighed. Elder Wen, your mouth. Sigh, fine. I understand the logic. But isn't his sword vein a little too cruel? I feel really uneasy around them. I'm afraid that if I close my eyes and take a nap, I'll be swallowed by a tiger again. Wenji had no choice but to use his glib tongue to comfort him. It wasn't that he was willing to do so, but that he was forced to do so. Before he took action, he didn't know either. This bastard deserves to be hacked into 1,000 pieces. You guys, you still don't treat them as your own people. He needed to change his way of thinking, raise his awareness, and look at the problem from a higher perspective. When you get used to having them as your companions, I can guarantee that you will feel at ease even if you close your eyes for the rest of your life. With such companions around, what else do you have to worry about? Moreover, this was only a sword Dao giant, not a part of the main sect. To be able to reach such a level in heaven's selection, think about it, what would our sect be like? It had to be said that old Daoist Wenji was very good at studying people's hearts, and was even better at drawing pictures. He could draw some illusory and unrealistic things to life. But there was no other way. Once the matter of bluffing started, it would no longer be up to him. The spatial passage appeared once again. This time, it was the Soul Cultivator's floating raft. The cultivators of the Marshall Saint Training Hall didn't pay attention to the formation of the spatial passage. Instead, they focused on the sword veins floating raft. They were afraid that these swordsmen would go back on their word and attack again. Fortunately, the swordsmen kept their promise and didn't move an inch. When Go Yuan and his subordinates came out, they didn't even have time to appreciate the starry sky of the origin world. The first thing they saw was the wreckage of the floating raft and pieces of human corpses. The bloody stench of slaughter still lingered in the air, making it unforgettable. Go Yuan immediately contacted Long Jen. His intuition told him that this was a massacre committed by the swordsman. He could tell from the smoothness of the edges of the floating raft that this wasn't something that could be done by magical techniques or fist energy. In an instant, he understood everything that had happened. Go Yuan was also a decisive person. He knew that he had to choose a side. It wasn't something that could be avoided by being vague. Thus, Lu Xiaoyi's divine sense said, "Before the 3 years are up, we soul cultivators are willing to stand together with the sword vein." This was a very straightforward expression. It meant that whether or not they could walk together in the end would depend on what kind of stage the sword vein provided for them. Soon after, Blood River, Pill Cultivator, and Body Vein arrived one by one. Their reactions were exactly the same as the soul cultivators. For the first time, Lu Xiaoyi appeared in front of everyone. His body was like a javelin, standing as straight as a pine tree. Throughout the entire process, he hadn't revealed a single word of truth since he was still in heaven's selection. He was using his actions to speak. From the moment he flew out of heaven's selection gravitational field, the sword vein's uniqueness, courage, and decisiveness in killing were displayed in front of everyone. All of this was more powerful than word. This might not be the orthodoxy of a sage, but it was definitely the most competent of combat orthodoxies. The sword vein had never revealed their goal, but along the way, everyone knew that they definitely had a goal, and a big one at that. Killing the beast control sect as a sacrifice to their flag was a reflection of the size of their goal. It was also an essential quality of an outstanding commander. One could say that he was cruel, but one couldn't deny his decisiveness. In a war, what kind of commander would you be willing to follow? The result didn't need to be said. He couldn't mention a specific goal, and he couldn't mention the method of marching. He couldn't mention it before, and he couldn't mention it now. Because in the void of the universe, as long as someone made a move, even if all 300 swordsmen went out, they still wouldn't be able to catch up. But now that the momentum had reached this point, it was time to separate sides. He didn't say it before because if he did, most people would leave because he was hiding something. But now that he said it, there was a possibility that they would follow. This was the result of him doing his best to rope in friends for the sword vein. How many he could rope in was up to fate. He raised a hand. Goal. Side. How do we go? I still won't say it. But from now on, if you follow the sword vein, you can't back out anymore. If you back out, the beast control sect will be the result. I've said a lot of nonsense, but you all know these things in your heart. At the end of the day, it's a question of whether you dare to take the risk. If you dare to take the risk, follow. If you don't, please do as you please. This isn't an interstellar journey, but a journey of death, a journey of battle, and a journey of rebirth. No one can promise you anything, no one can guarantee you anything, and no one can protect you anything. Under the dome of heaven, there's no competition. The sword vein doesn't walk with cowards. If you follow, you must obey my orders. This is my answer. Now, those who are willing to fight with the sword vein, step forward. There was no other way. It was that difficult to rope in people without revealing his true intentions. He couldn't reveal Taiposhi's ultimate move when he wasn't sure. So before he went, he had to have the determination to follow. This was the reason why he took off his pants to vent and tried to cover it up. He couldn't let Heaven's Chosen know where they were going. Chapter 1331. To Lu Xiaoyi's surprise, the first to step forward was actually the Body Cultivator Alliance. That physique meridian that had always been hesitant and unwilling, always admiring itself and thinking highly of itself. Although he knew a little about the history between them and the beast-controlling sect, he didn't expect them to be the most straightforward. A body cultivator true monarch was very straightforward. Our physique vein has always regarded the sword vein as our own, because we have the same code of conduct. Unfortunately, the Heaven's Choice physique vein's orthodoxy has already been assimilated by Taoism. We're just the most stubborn of them all. We've always resisted because we didn't know your capabilities. Since it's like this, no matter which sword vein orthodoxy you're from, our Chonggu physique vein is willing to accompany you. Life and death are up to the heavens. Rather than be worn down to death, why not throw ourselves in? If you can destroy the beast-controlling sect without reason, our physique vein will support you. The Marshall Saint Training Hall stood out almost at the same time. This was the benefit of having a spy. Although they couldn't say what they believed in, it was very obvious that the Marshall Saint Training Hall had already abandoned the small circle of the three families, and had become the loyal dogs of the sword reign. Next was Blood River. The soul cultivators also didn't hesitate. In their hearts, this was the best choice. If this swordsman team really had that sword Dao juggernaut behind them, then needless to say, everyone would be happy. Everyone would be motivated to fight. Even if they were thousands of miles away, they would know who they were fighting for, and there would always be hope. If this was just an ordinary sword vein, because of the sword master's extraordinariness, they would at least have superhuman fighting ability. No matter where they went, with the sword master's ability, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The worst thing was that they acted alone. That meant that they couldn't do anything, because they were betraying the strongest power in this universe. On the floating raft, the swordsmen true monarchs were surging with emotions. The sword master was truly extraordinary. He didn't say anything at the end, and instead, everyone came to join him. This speed was much faster than they had imagined. They thought they would have to waste a lot of time. Zhu Fan snorted. "Thumpy. I knew it." The sword master said before he went out that whoever doesn't comply after a moment, he'll kill them. Looks like there's no chance. Look at those alchemists, didn't they also stand out? It took less than 10 breaths of time. How did the sword master do it? They vaguely felt that it was a kind of accumulation of power. It had started from Liu Hai, to rejecting the Blood River and rejecting the Blood River, Heaven's Choice's decision, and the bloody massacre in the main world. If these peoples didn't have the courage to fall out with the sword, Thais, and the sword Tao, their to bis, the path of power wasn't just limited to battle. The pill cultivator's primordial spirit ancient cauldron cupped his hands together. Sword Master's heroic spirit is something that I have never seen before in my life. Dao Dao sects sect s heavens Dao heavens Dao s. Sword sect sect ss, sects is s sect s. I wonder if the Sword Lord will allow us to leave. Lu Xiaoyi didn't bat an eyelid. My sword vein has never forced anyone to do anything they don't want to do. It's up to you whether you want to leave or stay. Senior Martial Brother, you can do as you please. There are many things to do, so I won't stay any longer. Almost at the same time, the leaders of the physique lineage, Martial Saint Dojo, Blood River, and Soul Cultivators all transmitted their divine senses. Sword Master, should we surround and kill him? Lu Xiaoyi was surprised. This was just the last test. Did they want to know if he was a thug who didn't care about right and wrong? Or was he a cold-blooded swordsman who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges? Of course, he wouldn't have any killing intent towards this group of alchemists. Since they had spoken first, and since they dared to openly propose leaving, why should he stop them? This was the reason why he had been unwilling to reveal his true identity and true purpose. The sword vein is not Zerg. You're all overthinking it. After rejecting these troublesome fellows, Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand at Jiyu Dingzi. Only then did Jiyu Dingzi's hanging heart settle down. This sword lunatic really didn't have good intentions. Not to mention that he had the help of the other 4 families, just the sword vein alone was enough to deal with them all cleanly. After roaming the universe for thousands of years, he had long seen through the right and wrong of human nature. He was also well aware of the ominous glint in the eyes of the 4 families. In Lu Xiaoyi's opinion, this was them testing whether the sword vein was murderous or not. In his opinion, these fellows wanted to kill him and steal his pills as a final preparation for the big battle. Not only would they silence him, but they would also increase their family's wealth. It was the best of both worlds. Fortunately, he was now very inclined to believe that the sword vein was a branch of the giant sword Tao. Although it wasn't enough to change the neutral stance of the alchemists, at least he could raise the stakes once more. With a wave of his hand, a cultivator below handed over a pill cauldron space. This was a storage space exclusive to alchemists. Pills could be stored for a long time without their medicinal effects fading. There are a lot of pills and great medicines here. It's still the same old rules. We'll take them on credit. I'll let Sword Master know that the universe's cultivation isn't just black and white. There will always be some people and some orthodoxies. Even if they don't stand on your side, their existence is still beneficial to you. UGAO, Ju Chang, and I will wait here for Sword Master to return victorious. The alchemist's floating raft slowly left. This was the cultivation world. This was humanity. This was an intelligent life form. You would never be able to gather everyone to your side, even if you were a Shenyuan swordsman. Lu Xiaoyi faintly smiled. This roping in could be considered perfect. Of the 7 families, he had gathered 5. Destroying one and letting go of the other was in accordance with the rules of the heavenly Tao. He clasped his hands towards the crowd. In the next few months, we will see the result. The sword vein's floating raft was the first to leave. The remaining 4 followed closely behind. The outcome had been decided, and the stakes had been placed. Now, all that was left was to reveal the pot. In the void of the origin world, the starry sky was still the same, but there were far fewer human cultivators. Before the storm, even ordinary beasts knew to hide and move, let alone humans. At this time, in the cultivation world of the origin world, those who returned would not come out again. They needed to stay in their sects to deal with the great changes. Those who had not returned were all hurrying back to their sects to contribute to the domain. How many years had it been since such a situation had occurred in the dozens of universes near Juzian? Tens of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years. Even the void beasts understood and fled from this possible bloody battlefield. In such an external environment, These heavens-chosen cultivators were not in the mood to admire the vast universe that was completely different from the negative space. The only thing they cared about now was where exactly were they flying to. Were they going to keep flying like this? If so, they wouldn't be able to fly far. Furthermore, their current direction was not in the direction of Juzian. Were they going to set their target on another domain near Juzian? It seemed like this was a bit anticlimactic. It didn't conform to the mysterious situation created by the sword vein. Or, should they find another place to escape into the negative space? Then, what was the meaning of coming out of the origin world this time? No one knew, including the swordsman. As they flew like this, the curiosity in their hearts grew stronger until a meteorite appeared in front of them. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyi's divine sense rushed towards every floating raft and shouted, "Crash into it. Those who disobey will be killed." Chapter 1332. Using a floating raft to crash into a meteorite? Only idiots. One was hollow while the other was solid. There was no comparison. But they still crashed into it without hesitation, because when they approached the meteorite, they already felt that it was different. It was as if it was not a meteorite, but a passage. Just like how there was no innate Tao tablet in the main world, there was no innate spiritual treasure in the reverse space. So most of them did not have a direct understanding of this. First, it was indeed unfamiliar. Second, it was too short for them to think, discuss, or weigh the pros and cons. Since it was not a real meteorite, then it must be the Sword Master's secret passage. Here, they had no other way out. Besides crashing into it, what else could they do? 5 floating rafts crashed into it one by one. Marshall Saint Training Hall, Body Vein Alliance, Blood River Sect, Soul Cultivators, and finally the Sword Vein floating raft. Many large floating rafts crashed into it, but the meteorite did not move at all. There was no collision or abnormality. It was as if nothing had happened. In the meteorite space, in the unfamiliar environment, the cultivators all came out of their cabins. Only now did they vaguely understand where this place was. It was not a space passage, but the interior of some innate spiritual treasure. They were curious, but they were even more curious about the purpose of coming here. Lu Xiaoyi let out a long breath. Finally, he brought them in. How could they leave without his permission? Originally, he could have explained it to everyone. But because there was still one more batch, he was too lazy to say it twice. So he remained silent. This made the group anxious. They were trapped in the space and could not leave. When they asked him, he only said one sentence, waiting for someone. However, this also raised everyone's expectations once again. They were still not all of them. Then, what was this sword master up to? 1 month's time was like sitting on pins and needles. Just like training eagles, he had to properly polish these people's temperaments. Only then would they be able to command them freely in future battles. He also wanted to take advantage of this period of time to properly assess the strength of these people. The 5 orthodoxes added together had a total of 191 true monarchs. Among them, 32 true monarchs were the strongest. There were also 800 Yuanying. These people seemed to have surpassed the number of Shenyuan sword sect when he left. Of course, the quality was incomparable. Moreover, the Great Tao had opened up, and nearly half of these people had come up because of the Great Tao. Numbers alone didn't mean anything. Perhaps the ones who were truly useful were the sword soldier army and the other group of fighters that had yet to arrive. It would be best if an army was made up entirely of elite soldiers, but that was not realistic. Therefore, the best combination was to have a small number of elite soldiers and a large number of miscellaneous soldiers. Elites could often play a decisive role in a battle, but the existence of miscellaneous soldiers could not be underestimated. Without their sacrifice and support, an army would not be complete. No matter how elite they were, there would be a day when they would be exhausted. Apart from Lu Xiaoyi, no one else could enter or leave this space. He had already been gone for half a month, causing everyone to feel as if they had lost their backbone. To be able to increase one's usefulness to such a degree was not something an ordinary person could do, And it was not entirely because of the orthodoxy behind here. A month later, the space faintly trembled as a new intruder barged in, causing every human's hair to stand on end. Immemorial beast. Primordial fierce beast. A total of 300 primordial fierce beasts, all with the cultivation of a true monarch. Just from the ferocious aura that filled the sky, one could tell that they were not ordinary characters. To the majority of the Heaven's Choice cultivators present, the primordial fierce beasts were not unfamiliar to them. These fierce beasts were also the other masters of the Heaven's Choice continent. A total of 300 true monarch-level beasts. This was already close to half of the primordial fierce beast strength, right? And looking at their aura, almost all of them were high-level true monarchs, similar to the existence of a human's young spirit. At this point, everyone understood that they had gotten themselves into big trouble. It was impossible for them to go into the universe silently to fight guerrilla warfare. This level of strength could only be used on the main battlefield. But they didn't know, was it Juzian? Or was it far away? It's far away. Lu Xiaoyi was in high spirits. His hundreds of years of hard work was all for this time to return home in glory. He did it, and he did it exceptionally well. With a wave of his hand, in front of the hundreds of true monarchs, humans, and primordial fierce beasts, as well as close to 2,000 Yuanying, a vast galaxy appeared. There was no standard, only 3 bright spots that were particularly eye-catching. Lu Xiaoyi pointed. 3 battlefields. Juzian, 5th ring, clear sky. I won't say why, you have all been asking about these things for hundreds of years. Although no one said it clearly, it is actually very clear that this is the beginning of the universe's great chain. It is also where the universe's change lies. The human cultivators were very excited. They had come to the right place. If they wanted to gamble, they had to gamble big. Only by participating in the flow of the general trend could one truly change one's fate. If you went to a remote star field to cause trouble, who would pay attention? Half immortals wouldn't pay attention. Immortal court wouldn't care. Heavenly Tao wouldn't care. Then what was the meaning of your efforts? Their current strength might not be enough to be the main force of these 3 battlefields, but as an important auxiliary force, it was more than enough. Where was it? Lu Xiaoyi revealed the riddle. It's not Juzian. Because this is destined to be a long war, it is not suitable for a team like us to intervene too early. Otherwise, we can only waste our time in vain. It's not 5th ring. Because the strength of 5th ring is above Juzian. With my sect here, no one can overturn the heavens there. All the participants finally felt relieved. Although they had already guessed it, this was the first time that the Sword Master had personally admitted it. There was no doubt that they would stand on the side of the orthodoxy that pushed down the great Tao domino. They were the gravediggers of the old universe, and they could also be the pioneers of the new era. What other reason could make them fight to the death more than this? He smashed his fist heavily towards the green light spot. Our goal is clear sky. Because this is the hometown of the 13th ancestor of the Shenyuan sword sect, who was once a Zenith Heaven Sword Immortal. It is also the starting point of this reshuffling of the universe, and it is also the place that the opponent must take down no matter what. Our goal is to protect it. Victory in clear sky. Then expand our victory to the entire universe. The human cultivators below began to roar, and the primordial beasts let out mountain collapsing roars. They were the kind of existences that had been abandoned by those with vested interests. Now, it was time for them to change their old faces and sing for the orthodoxy. Lu Xiaoyi shouted sternly, "You might not know. This is also a gamble. Because too many people have bet Xuanyuan's fate on the 5th ring, so no matter which side, they will all gather their forces in the 5th ring. But I think that clear sky is also indispensable. Because of this, we may not be the auxiliary force in clear sky, but the main force. What does this mean? You know very well in your hearts. Huge casualties, isolation, and a life and death situation. What I want to tell you is that once you get on my ship, don't even think about getting off. Otherwise, don't blame my sword for being merciless." Chapter 1333. Taiposhi began to move, moving at a speed that humans and primordial beasts couldn't understand. It was just a feeling, fast. This was the highest achievement of the cultivation system under the Heavenly Eye system. Not only did it have the positive and negative space movement, but it also had the spiritual treasure system's ultra-long distance teleportation. Only when all these were combined together could it become possible to return to the blue sky. Leaving these people and beasts to savor the meaning of the future, Lu Xiaoyi arrived at the group of primordial beasts. The leaders of the various large tribes were all there. Lu Xiaoyi was a little curious. Lord Liu, the number of primordial beasts that came this time is more than I expected. And they are all top fighters. Heaven's choice doesn't have much power left, right? Aren't you worried at all? Xiong Liu's dead fish eyes bulged. Worried about what? Heaven's choice humans aren't worried. You Shenyuan aren't worried either. Then what do we primordial beasts have to worry about? In terms of craziness, we primordial beasts aren't any weaker than you human swordsmen. That's right, don't look at how only 300 primordial beasts came. Our selection criteria is based on strength from top to bottom, so those standing here are 90% of the primordial beast's strength, excluding half immortals. We have the courage to take a gamble. You have also given us the confidence to take a gamble. If we take out half and leave half behind, we might as well not come out at all. She smiled. Our consideration is that this trip to the origin world has a high probability of encountering primordial sacred beasts. No matter if we are in the same camp or not, we have to do our best. So we can't hide anything and have to go all out. Otherwise, it would be a waste to be passive and get beaten up. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. His consideration was very thorough, and it was also the truth. This was a mission that decided the future of a tribe. If you were still overcautious, it would be no different from courting death. Zhu Ying also said, Heaven's choice has nothing to worry about. The human Taoists and Buddhists have both made a Tao oath and informed us to do our best to ensure the safety of the Heaven's Choice continent. So in recent years, even if the origin world is locked in a fierce battle, the Heaven's Choice continent is a rare stable rear. I don't dare to say the future, but before the outcome is decided, nothing will happen. Victory, nothing needs to be said. Defeat, nothing needs to be said. So, what else is there to say? Lu Xiaoyi was very interested in the direction of Heaven's Choice because he still didn't know the true direction of Heaven's Choice. Other than knowing that Taoism and Buddhism had parted ways, he was confused about everything else. You guys came out a bit later. Are there any special changes in the Heaven's Choice continent? Xiong Liu pondered and said, Not much has changed. We set off 3 months later than you. Before we left, we had inquired everywhere. The high-level plan is still a taboo. Only the big countries have formed cliques. The small and medium forces have already reached a white-hot point. If it weren't for the restriction of the oath, I'm afraid that people's brains would have already turned into beasts' brains. There were basically 3 factions: the Daoist progressive faction, the Buddhist progressive faction, and the conservative faction. In terms of numbers, the left-behind faction still accounted for more than half of them. However, if we were to consider the quality of the troops, the majority of the elite forces of the upper nation would be mobilized. Thus, in reality, the Heaven's Chosen cultivators would be mobilizing 70% to 80% of their strength. They cannot be underestimated. Lu Xiaoyi was very humble. After all, the immemorial beasts were the natives of the Heaven's Choice continent. Moreover, they were the other masters of the Heaven's Choice continent. The level of contact they had was much higher than the few humans who were not loved by their parents. In your opinion, what is the main goal of the Heaven's Choice continent? Xiong Liu was a bit hesitant and unsure. However, he still decided to speak the truth. Right now, everyone was on the same boat. On the same rock. Any concealment could lead to consequences. Moreover, this human was the leader. Here, he was already the leader. Now that they were in Xuanyuan's territory, it was needless to say. We have always been in contact with the human's sun god. This is also to ensure that both sides can maintain a balanced framework. They aren't willing to reveal anything, but we have eyes, ears, and instincts. We can still roughly sense something. She, you have a glib tongue. Tell us. She was an existence akin to a military advisor among the immemorial beasts. Reality had proven that even though they were both snakes, a snake with 9 heads was not as useful as a snake with 1 head. In our opinion, there are only a few possibilities. Heaven's Choice Daoist and Buddhist faction will both choose to attack the 5th ring? Or both of them will attack Juzian? Or one of them will attack the 5 rings and one of them will attack Juzian? There is a principle that Master needs to understand. Heaven's Choice Taoism and Buddhism are both part of the Heaven's Choice continent in the negative space. However, in the main world, they are enemies who can't wait to kill each other. Judging from this, it is unlikely that one of them will attack the 5 rings and one of them will attack Juzian. Because the 5 rings are too far away, the attacking side will have to move out tens or hundreds of years in advance. It won't be as close as Juzian. Then, who will be willing to leave first? Leaving the other side to manage the Heaven's Choice continent and snatch away what used to be their territory and influence. Therefore, being on guard against each other is the key. In other words, they will leave at the same time. No one can think of exerting influence on the Heaven's Choice continent alone. Lu Xiaoyi praised, careful. After listening to your words, I've been enlightened. None of the people who came to the Taipu realm were stupid. They were all bewitched by him. They were all true monarchs of Yuanying. In terms of reading, even the saints of the human world couldn't compare. What kind of conspiracy could they not understand? To be able to come here, the most important thing was still their own interest. And he, Lu Xiaoyi, had made full use of this point to create the current situation. He was very clear that other than the swordsman, this was definitely not his own cultivator army, nor was it Xuanyuan's external army. They were him. The Blood River, the Soul Cultivators, the Martial Saint Training Hall, the Ancient Physique Bloodline, and the Immemorial Beast. They had only come together for a common goal. If this goal didn't exist in the future, how could Lu Xiaoyi's charm really affect them? Their personal friendship was definitely there, but to have them help you with something, that was just a fool's dream. She smiled slightly and said somewhat malevolently, since we came together, then there can only be one goal. Either the 5 rings, or Juzian. We won't consider anything else but the most practical thing, marching. The so-called general trend, the so-called nodes, the so-called realm defense, the heaven and earth great membrane chessboard, these can all be overcome. But there is one thing in the universe that is the hardest to overcome, and that is the ultra-long distance march of an army. So we believe that the goal of the Heaven's Choice faction can only be Juzian. There can't be any other choice. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. From the looks of it, Juzian is under a lot of pressure. Who knows if he can hold on until the moment the reinforcements arrive? She sharply countered with a question. From what we found out later, the Exalted Master didn't come from the upper realm. He came from Shenyuan, the swordsman who wandered Juzian for hundreds of years. Then we want to know, why did you give up on helping Juzian, who helped you to become a nascent soul monarch? Instead, you went back to save Qing Kong, who only had a possibility of being in danger. Is it because the homeland will always be first? Or are there other reasons? Chapter 1334. Lu Xiaoyi said word by word, first of all, Blue Sky is not my hometown. Neither is 5th Ring. My hometown is meaningless in the grand scheme of the universe. That's the Crow ancestors' hometown, and that's the most important thing. Lu Xiaoyi glanced at the immemorial beasts. I won't decide based on whether it's my hometown or not. In fact, 5th Ring, Blue Sky, and Juzian are half of my hometown. What I need to determine is which is the source of this war. Juzian, isn't it? That's because the power of Heaven's selection is too strong. This is a war that's destined to last for a long time. It's best to drag it out, not to end it quickly. That's why I won't go. With the chessboard of heaven and earth, this game can still be played. The immemorial beasts nodded in agreement. What was the limit of Juzian's chessboard of heaven and earth? This was a mystery, and also the biggest reliance of the people of Juzian. They only knew that it had already merged with the 3,000 continents of Juzian, and its fate was connected. It was unfathomable. If the swordsman went there, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Maybe fifth ring is, maybe not. But the problem is that with my powerful sect there, I can't play a decisive role. But Blue Sky is different. The defense there is weak, and the people of fifth ring have always thought that the karma there is in fifth ring, because they've been doing things in the name of fifth ring for more than 10,000 years. And Blue Sky is just the former residence of two of fifth ring's great sect. Speaking of hometowns, there are many fifth ring's hometowns. There's the left ring system, the Gemini constellation, the Great Thousand Corridor, and so on. Blue Sky is Xuanyuan's hometown, the Three Pure One's hometown, and not the fifth ring's hometown. There's a difference. So even if Shenyuan and the Three Pure Ones sent people back to help, their strength is limited. This is why I have to go back. I'm a person who knows my own limits. I'll only fill in the gaps and do what's within my ability. She nodded. Master, you're saying that the source of the general trend still lies with the Crow ancestor? This is related to the direction of the general trend of the war. The five-ringed people didn't think that Azure Sky was the source of providence, but they thought that the five-ringed people were. However, Heaven's Choice's side might be interested in Qing Kong, because they might not be able to take down the fifth ring, so why not split up their forces and take down Qing Kong first? Is that what you mean? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. This military advisor was very smart. Therefore, it doesn't matter if I'm there or not. But Qing Kong definitely needs me, so I formed this team. Xiong Liu interrupted. What if no one goes? Lu Xiaoyi shrugged and said irresponsibly, then let's kill our way to the fifth ring. She said, one last question. If Heaven's Choice Daoist and Buddhist sects really set their sights on Juzian, what power do you think can offend the fifth ring? At the same time, he also has the ability to bring Qing Kong along. Lu Xiaoyi pushed the blame away. I don't know. I only act based on my feelings. I always felt that Heaven's Choice had allies, but they were hidden very deeply. They won't show their faces until the war start. Xiong Liu sighed. For the sake of your intuition, you pulled so many friends to a place where there might or might not be a war. What's more, they're separated by a super long distance. Using the spirit treasure transmission system? Master, you're really selfless. Lu Xiaoyi didn't feel embarrassed at all. Friends, shouldn't we help each other? If there's no war, let's just take it as a trip. When we go to Qing Kong, I'll entertain everyone. This person's shamelessness hurt the primordial beasts. They had found the right person to help, but the place to help was a little unreliable. Just as they were about to end the conversation, Ju Ying suddenly thought of a question. Master, that time in the bamboo forest, when you were lying on the bamboo bed, how much spiritium were you trying to extort? Lu Xiaoyi said righteously, what extortion? That's too unpleasant. You guys didn't give me a single strand, so how could I not say anything? It was just a joke. How much? It should be 200,000 strands. Your comprehension ability is too poor, and you even gave me a discount. The primordial beasts were a little depressed, but there was nothing they could do. Carnate spirit treasures wouldn't listen to them. They didn't know why this person was so shameless, but why were there so many people helping him? Lu Xiaoyi didn't feel that he was wrong at all. He pointed at one of the primordial beasts and shouted, Fat cattle. Move your ass away so I can see what's hiding behind it. Fat Cattle laughed dryly and moved his body, revealing something behind him. He smiled awkwardly at Lu Xiaoyi. Little Meow greets senior brother. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Didn't I tell you not to come? This is a war, not a sightseeing tour. Little Meow's voice was very soft but firm. Little Meow feels that this experience is very important to me, so, Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Little Meow was also a cultivator. He couldn't decide all of its actions. Since it was here, how could he chase it away? As Taiposhi traveled through the universe, everyone slowly calmed down. Since everything was clear, the most important thing now was to use their own abilities. Even if the numinous treasure system saved people, it would still take a long time. They didn't dare to say much, but it would take at least a few decades. They just didn't know if they could make it in time. When everyone quieted down, old Daoist Wenji came over. My young friend, I support your judgment. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. Why? Just because I have faith too. So no matter what I do, you will support me. Old Daoist Wenji smiled. That's right. This isn't blind obedience. It's because we believe in the orthodoxy. We instinctively have the ability to see through the essence of things. Our vision is different from theirs and is more independent of the outside world. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head and sighed. I'm not an onlooker, I'm the person involved. Old Daoist Wenji said mysteriously, I know what you're thinking. What are you worried about? What are you confused about? This old Daoist can help you resolve your doubt. But you have to promise me that in the future, I will automatically have the right to spread my faith in the fifth ring. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. It's useless for me to promise you. Don't look at how impressive I look now. In the fifth ring, I'm nothing. There's a bunch of elders above me. Even in the blue sky, I can't make the decision. Wenji didn't care. It doesn't matter. I just need you to promise me, because sooner or later, your voice will be the voice of the blue sky 5 rings. I firmly believe that. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. If you preach like this, there's really not much meaning. All right, I'll promise you. But you can't go overboard. Old Daoist Wenji smiled very happily. Very good, it's a deal. My young friend, I guess what you want to know the most now is when the natural selection gang will make their move, right? In theory, the best time to attack should be at Juzian, the 5th ring, and the blue sky 5 rings at the same time. This way, they won't be able to warn and support each other. Am I right? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. This old Daoist Wenji was indeed very knowledgeable. He pointed out what he was thinking with one sentence. That's right. Then, how can they agree on a time? I don't think I've heard of a method of communication that can help two places hundreds of kilometers away instantly synchronize. Old Daoist Wenji said softly, when the next Xiantian Dao collapses, that's the moment when the universe is in chaos. Chapter 1335. Lu Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. That's right. The collapse of the great Tao would be felt by everyone in the universe at the same time. Using this method to synchronize actions was really amazing. Who can really predict the collapse of the great Tao? Even if you can predict it, so what if you know? So what if you don't know? It won't change anything. We're already trying our best to fly back. It's annoying to think too much, Wenji said disdainfully, hitting the nail on the head. What's the use of beating around the bush? You're just finding excuses for yourself. Do you dare say it's not because you can't bear to part with Ziqing? Lu Xiaoyi smiled awkwardly. Ziqing used to have some left, but now there are so many mouths to feed. There's not much left. I'm afraid I can't afford your exorbitant demand. Wenji snorted. Do you think I'm willing to be exorbitant? Am I that kind of person? Have you ever heard of me charging for my previous predictions? It's just that this prediction is different from the previous ones. It involves too many things, and the secrets of heaven are not clear. I'm not completely sure, and I don't dare to say. Even if I say a range, there's a possibility of divine punishment. That's why I'm using Ziqing to reject people. Lu Xiaoyi said disdainfully. Just say that you're guessing, right? When you're confident, you show off. When you're not, you use all kinds of excuses. To maintain your reputation of being straightforward, you can lure more people into your trap, and then use faith to fool them. The two of them exposed each other's shortcomings. Fortunately, they were familiar with each other, so it wasn't too awkward. They were both rough people with strong tolerance. Fragments falling from the sky, all sides working together. Juzian's opponent is easy to guess, but the opponent attacking the 5th ring's blue sky is impossible to guess. I originally knew that there should be some domains that were robbed by the 5th ring in the past 10,000 years and were dissatisfied. However, it's impossible for the 5th ring to not know about such an obvious thing, and they must have already dealt with it. With their personality and habits, They must have warned them beforehand. Then who doesn't know? There are too many forces in the universe, and it's impossible to know all of them. He muttered to himself, but he didn't expect Wenji to answer. It was just a reflection of his mood. But Wenji also had his own insight. I'm not interested in war. But when it came to the most powerful race in the universe, Zerg was definitely one of them. You, Shen Yuan, have always been ruthless towards Zerg, and Zerg has never been a race that can stay out of trouble and repay evil with kindness. Taking advantage of the great changes in the world, it is not impossible for them to settle old and new grudges together. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. That makes sense. There were countless insect swarms in the universe. With such a long time to dispatch, it shouldn't be difficult to gather a few large insect swarms. They're also proficient in the ability to reverse space, and their numbers are huge. It's much more convenient for them to deal with the 5 rings or blue skies than for Heaven's Chosen to travel thousands of miles. Hearing this, he asked, "Little friend, don't keep everything to yourself. Looking at your actions, you spent so much effort to gather an army that can be considered to have some strength in the universe. It definitely wasn't for your so-called what if. If there wasn't a direct threat, you wouldn't have taken such a big step." Lu Xiaoyi sighed and pointed to the ancient beasts in the distance. "Do you see them?" Wenji was puzzled. "Them? What do you mean?" Lu Xiaoyi's eyes were deep. Heaven's Chosen ancient beasts are only a part of the ancient beasts in the entire universe, and it's a part of the weaker ones. Among the ancient beasts, there is a group that has always been in the main world. We call them the ancient sacred beast. Wenji was very surprised. As far as I know, the relationship between the ancient sacred beasts and the humans of the main world is quite good. Even if it's been too long and there are occasional bumps, they obtained the right to live in the main world because they protect the orthodoxy of the main world. It's unlikely that they would help reverse space and go against the main world, right? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. What does it have to do with the relationship between which side you're on? It's only about benefits. The reboot of the universe, the change of eras, everything has to start from the beginning. To the ancient beasts, it's a chance to rise again, but to the ancient sacred beasts, who have vested interests, it's a challenge to their authority. It's shaking the life they've been used to for millions of years. Would they be indifferent to such a change? Would they rejoice? Would they surrender without a fight? How is that possible? It's the same thing, but the situation is different, so what you see is different. Therefore, the ancient beasts will not hesitate to stand on our side. Similarly, the ancient sacred beasts will be more inclined to oppose, especially in a situation where someone is bewitching them. Wenji sighed. In the ancient records of my belief path, it vaguely mentioned that your crow ancestors have deep ties with the ancient sacred beasts. Will they betray you? Lu Xiaoyi sneered. There's one thing you have to understand. Even if it's an immortal, the past is the past. Now is our era. So don't use the relationship from 10,000 years ago to define the relationship now. Everything will change, only benefits and the survival of the race will not change. To me, those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. Get close to me, you're a sacred beast. Stay away from me, you're a beast. I don't care who you are. What a disgrace. Wenji shook his head. This Xuanyuan's orthodoxy was truly vicious. King learned his ability from his sword Dao Steely, and then you turned around and refused to admit it. As if knowing what he was thinking, Lu Xiaoyi's gaze was firm. The crow ancestor's biggest problem is that he dug a hole and didn't fill it. You caused a lot of shit, and after pushing away morality, you don't care anymore. It's so tiring that we juniors don't have to do anything else in our lives, just wipe our butt. The crow ancestor's only concern is Shen Yuan. So, as long as I take care of Shen Yuan, I don't care about anything else. Wenji was really curious. What was this freak's belief? But such a question couldn't be asked. He only looked at the ancient beasts. If that's the case, they're in trouble. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Don't worry about them. They're willing to do this. Do you think they're stupid? They're smart. Look at these 300 big beasts. They're the top 300 ancient beasts in terms of combat strength. They're almost all of their strength. Why? They came out to fight with the sacred beast. So they didn't bring Yuaniing beasts, so they didn't bring the weak with weak strength. They're too clear about their situation. Although they look a little ugly, they're quite smart. They know when to fight with their lives on the line and when to be a coward. A very smart group. Wenji stared at him. Little friend, if that day really comes, humans shouldn't participate in the ancient beast's conflict. This isn't good for you. I think you won't be able to hold back. Lu Xiaoyi was disdainful. What you've heard is a rumor from the ancient times, right? The ancient sacred beasts displayed their might and drove the beasts into the negative space. Do you really believe this? Without the help of humans back then, it's not certain who's the sacred beasts and who's the beasts now. Don't worry, I won't use Xuanyuan's overall strength. However, individual strength was still possible. Could it be that I could just watch as the side that supported me was destroyed just like that? Even if I don't do it, I have to give the sacred beasts some laxatives first. History is written by the victors. How do you write it? You're more clear than me. Chapter 1336. Taiposhi was advancing in a way that none of the cultivators could understand, constantly entering and exiting the positive and negative space, constantly using spiritual treasures to teleport, a series of messy operations. Lu Xiaoyi, who had some understanding of the route, had long lost his sense of direction. Later, he was too lazy to observe, he could just fly however he wanted. What was there to worry about? While he was in the Tai Pu realm, he did not have nothing to do. As the commander of the army, he had the right to ask the various organizations to be honest with each other about their strength, tactics, and specialties. These things could be used in a large army battle and could not be ignored. Fortunately, everyone understood what they were about to encounter. For their lives, no one resisted. Relatively speaking, the cooperation between the human orthodoxies was still relatively easy, because humans were originally a race that was good at working together. Under Lu Xiaoyi's coordination, Taipu realm formed a bustling atmosphere of military training. Immemorial beasts were a bit worse, but it all depended on people. This was a journey filled with anxiety, because he had to constantly pray that the great Tao would shatter a little later, so that he could safely reach blue sky and send a warning to the fifth ring. Lu Xiaoyi thought that he was infallible, but he thought too much. The powerful and experienced fifth ring did not need his warning. The fifth ring was already in the midst of preparing for the big battle. Since 100 years ago, they had already begun to recall the cultivators who went out, and no longer continued their endless plundering. They gathered their strength and waited for the war. To the fifth ring, this was a very sullen, very abnormal war. Attacking had long been integrated into their blood, but the problem now was, where was the enemy? The only place they could be sure of was the Heaven's Choice continent. But this place was not a place where the cultivator army could go. It was too long, too slow, and it could easily cause the Heaven's Choice to unite against a common enemy. The gains did not make up for the lossy. Juzian was also a relatively certain main battlefield, but for the same reason, the super long distance made their long distance attacks meaningless. They could not effectively form an effective encirclement against the Heaven's Choice people in Juzian. Moreover, if they left, what would happen to their home? This kind of long-distance attack would take at least a few hundred years. If the fifth ring was lost, you would not be able to come back. Therefore, in their long habit of taking the initiative to plunder, they welcomed this time's unaccustomed passive waiting. Just like Lu Xiaoyi, the fifth ring people knew that their opponent might not be the Heaven's Chosen One, because the Heaven's Chosen One had the same scruples as them. But who was their opponent? He had a guess, but he couldn't be sure. In the primal Chaos Thunder Palace, a few sword young gods were having a discussion. Originally, communication between them was just a matter of using their divine senses, and there was no need for them to gather together. However, they were about to face the biggest challenge in the past 10,000 years. There were many things that they could understand each other better if they met in person. The inner sword, Guandu, Zhizhong, Hek; the outer sword, Gongyao, Guangbua, and Shangting. Except for the one floating outside to monitor Tianzi, the rest were all here. This was also the first time in thousands of years that all the young spirits of Shenyuan had gathered together, because for such a major event, how could the young spirit not sense it? They didn't need anyone to tell them to hurry back to their sect. This was their responsibility. Heck frowned. I'm sure that Zerg will be one of the attackers. This can be seen from some clues. I've been wandering in the outer space for hundreds of years and occasionally found something, but I've never been able to grasp the real thing, nor can I determine the scale or location. From the news from Supreme and the three Pure Ones, they also suspect that there should be more than one big insect swarm. 400 to 500 years ago, we once wiped out a big insect swarm. It should have been one of the first groups to move here, but it wasn't a secret and we discovered it. After that, Zerg's movements were even more careful and he never disappeared, but I'm sure that they must be hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity. Shangting also said, the three Pure Ones and Supreme believe that there will be Buddhist forces joining in. This doesn't only include the realms that we've plundered. For Buddhists, this is a battle of orthodoxy, and they don't need a reason. However, the universe is vast, and there are countless Buddhist forces in the hundreds of universes around the fifth ring. Time is limited, and we don't have the time to deal with them one by one. Zhizhong pondered. We've already plowed through those realms that have a grudge with us in the past 100 years, so there shouldn't be much left. However, I still think that this isn't all. There are too many races in the universe, and there are also many great powers and realms. It's hard to distinguish. What I mean is, we still need to strengthen the fifth ring's power. This is our foundation. We don't have a macro membrane, so we have to drag them out and fight. Zerg is boundless, and once he falls into the realms, the damage to the mortal world is too great. We can't bear it. Gong Yarrow was a bit hesitant. All the big and small sects in the fifth ring are transferring people here from their hometowns. Under the threat of Zerg's numbers, every Yuanying is precious. This is different from a surprise attack by elite. However, Xuanyuan's problem is, should we transfer people from Clear Sky? Unlike the Gemini 1000 galaxies, Clear Sky is also the Crow ancestors' homeworld. What are the chances of them attacking Clear Sky? The other fifth ring powers don't have to consider this, but we have to. Can we have the best of both worlds, taking care of both sides? Or, should we give up on one? Uncle Guang shook his head and sighed. It's not about whether we give up or not. It's that the three Pure Ones have already given up. Tai Yi and the other sects have mostly left, and if we insist on defending Clear Sky, it's meaningless for us to send a small number of cultivators back. We have to send all of them back. Also, there's another factor we have to consider. How should we deal with the Great Mercy Temple on Fangjong Island? If we keep them, they might be a hidden danger, but if we don't keep them, we have to eliminate them first. It's too late to do this now, and it's easy to cause instability within Clear Sky. What they were discussing was the issue of choosing Qing Kong. Because of various uncertainties, it was difficult to make a suitable choice. The enemy was unknown. The number was unknown. The strength was unknown. If you put too much strength into it, it's easy to waste it. When the fifth ring is the main defense target, the consequences of scattering your forces are very serious. If you put too little strength into it, then you might as well not put it in. Wouldn't you be sending people to their deaths? This was the difference between offense and defense, and the information was not balanced, causing it to be difficult to accurately target. The biggest problem was that there was the Great Enlightenment Temple on Clear Sky's Fangjong Island, and it was one of the top powers in Clear Sky. Later on, it also followed the expedition army to Celestial Wolf, but they didn't establish themselves in the fifth ring, and instead went to other domains with a group of Buddhists. The reason was very complicated. Most of the Great Enlightenment Temple's forces were in the outer domain, but they focused more on Clear Sky than Shenyuan and the three Pure Ones, and this made things very difficult. Clear Sky was much smaller compared to the fifth ring, and there was also the existence of the Heaven and Earth membrane, so it was convenient for defense, but any successful defense had to ensure that there were no internal disturbances. Since there were Buddhists vaguely targeting the fifth ring, then the Great Enlightenment Temple's attitude towards Clear Sky's defense was very subtle. Chapter 1337. This was the difficulty of Shen Yuan, San Qing, Tai, and other sects that were based in Qing Kong. The Da-ju Zen temple did not show any malice. How could you punish them without teaching them a lesson? However, if they didn't deal with this problem, they wouldn't be able to hold on when the battle started. Shen Yuan and Three Pure Ones had a headache on how to solve this problem. They had discussed it several times, but they were afraid that they would attack Fangzhong Island and force the main body of Daju Temple to join the enemy's camp. They kept dragging it out and hesitating. As time went on, they felt that Qing Kong was of little value. It was meaningless to guard it, but a pity to abandon it. Finally, Three Pure Ones made a wise decision to give up on Qing Kong temporarily. When the situation in Fifth Ring was settled, they would take it back regardless of whether there was a problem or not. The advantage of this was that they didn't have to waste their strength on Qing Kong, and they didn't have to worry about whether Daju Temple was loyal to the enemy. Anyway, I'll go out for a stroll. Whether the territory is mine or not, as long as Fifth Ring is safe, it will always be mine. Whoever touches it, we'll deal with them later. This was a rational decision. It wasn't to embarrass Shen Yuan, so Tai and the other sects also withdrew from Qing Kong and placed all their forces in Fifth Ring, trying to establish an advantage there. This was a normal choice in the art of war. Fifth Ring was difficult, but now wasn't the time for internal strife. However, Shen Yuan was different. Shen Yuan couldn't bear to give up Qing Kong because this was the hometown of Emperor Shen Yuan, Crow ancestor, Lu ancestor, Three Qin ancestors, and martial ancestor. Xuanyuan's most glorious era was created by these ancestors. How could they give up this place? Especially since this was the birthplace of Crow ancestor. It might be the starting point of the general trend, just like the birthplace of the dragon. Of course, not everyone admitted this point. In the Fifth Ring, everyone knew that it was the Crow ancestor who pushed down the first domino, but the mainstream perception was actually similar to that of the immemorial ferocious beasts. They believed that the Crow ancestor was merely following the trend, not changing the trend. Crow ancestor saw that the universe needed to change, so he was the first to react. Therefore, it was wrong to overestimate one person's role. If they had to talk about the birthplace of the dragon, they valued the celestial wolf expedition 20,000 years ago more. Fifth Ring. They believed that this was the beginning of the change of the universe. This theory had been spreading for a long time, and it was slowly fermenting. Whether it was three pure or supreme Daoist sects, intentionally or not, they all secretly supported and propagated this mainstream thinking. Their goal was nothing more than to eliminate Sword Vane's influence in Fifth Ring. This was also part of the Dao sects in Fifth Ring for the last 20,000 years. There was public interest, but there was also private interest mixed together. This was the reality of the cultivation world. Because of Li Wuya, the Sword Mountain Range would slowly pull him down from the altar. If they didn't do that, they wouldn't be a real Taoist or a cultivator. If the Three Pure Ones had such a powerful figure, the Sword Mountain Range would have done the same thing. Naturally, not many people would have much respect for the Fifth Ring's hometown. They naturally believed that Wu Dao was from Fifth Ring, and Fifth Ring was the foundation of the world. Therefore, Three Pure left Blue Sky, and Tai and other Daoist sects followed closely behind. This was a concrete manifestation of this thinking. Moreover, they really didn't think it was meaningful to protect Blue Sky. They didn't think that if Blue Sky was lost, it would be harmful to the cultivation world of the main world. If it was lost, it was lost. They could just take it back. Others would think so. Even Xuanyuan's two most loyal allies of Sword Vane, Wei Sword Mountain and Firmament Sword Sect, thought so. Was it difficult to choose between saving people and losing land? Only Shen Yuan didn't think so. Crow ancestor was one of them. This was also the reason why Shen Yuan didn't take any action even though Three Pure and Tai had left Blue Sky for many years. However, no matter how difficult the decision was, it had to be made. It couldn't be delayed forever, especially when the dark clouds of war were gradually beginning to show signs. To withdraw or not to withdraw, a decision had to be made. This was the reason why 6 Xuanyuan's young spirits gathered here. As the head of Shen Yuan, Guan Du had a headache. He was a cultivation genius and a genius in swordsmanship. However, when it came to leading Shenyuan, he knew that he was far inferior to those peerless geniuses in Xuanyuan's most glorious era. Crow ancestor was needless to say. Let's talk about the others. 3 Qin, Chong Lu, Wu Shixing, Hu Xuedao. They were a galaxy of talents. Any one of them was an outstanding person, but they gathered together in that era. As a result, although Shenyuan looked stronger on the surface, they lacked a real core. Before the half-immortals were summoned back, nothing could be seen. However, once the sword ancestors left, he couldn't bear the great danger. A small mistake would lead to a big mistake. So, should Blue Sky defend or not? If they defend, how? The discussion had been going on for too long. As the person in charge of Shenyuan, he couldn't allow such chaos to continue. He didn't want to listen to other people's opinions. If they were wrong, he would bear it alone. He couldn't be as amazing and far-sighted as the sword ancestors, but he could at least shoulder all the responsibilities and make it easier for his junior brothers. It was all for Shenyuan. He coughed lightly and no longer hesitated. Junior brothers. A very real problem is that I can't make an accurate judgment about the strength to defend Blue Sky. Will the enemy attack Blue Sky? How much strength will they use to attack? We don't know. The problem is, how much strength do we need to invest in Blue Sky to ensure its safety? I don't know either. Our Shenyuan sword sect has always been an elite strategy, which requires us to gather all of our forces in a battle and launch an all-out attack. Splitting our strength is a taboo in the cultivation world, especially for us. Because other than attacking, we don't know any other way. It's impossible to be like Dao's sect, where a small number of people can hold back a strong enemy. Our character doesn't allow it. Habits don't allow it. Skills don't allow it. During the war, I don't want to throw my precious strength in an unpredictable direction. So I've decided to give up on Blue Sky. The other 5 young gods were silent. They had argued so many times that it was meaningless to argue now. They put forward their own judgments and waited for their senior brother to make a decision. No matter what it was, they would no longer oppose it. They would just carry it out. They didn't have time to argue. In fact, Guandu's decision was also the decision of most young gods. Zhizhong, Gong Yaro, and Guangbo also had the same opinion. However, the youngest inner sword, Hek, and outer sword, Shangting, had different opinions. They had opposed it many times, but this time, they wouldn't oppose it again. According to Xuanyuan's rules, those in lower positions had the right to raise objections, but they couldn't raise more than 3 times for fear of falling into wrangling. Chapter 1338. Since he had made the decision, Guandu let go of his worries. Good or bad, success or failure, he would leave it to the will of heaven. Send a message to Qing Kong immediately. Qing Sword Command. Order all Yuanying and perfected cultivators to return to the 5th ring with all supplies. Do not leave anything behind for the enemy. At the same time, evacuate the low-level cultivators of Xiao Mountain for the future. Junior brother Guangbo, you will be in charge of this evacuation. In Shenyuan, there were 2 types of sword command, Qing Sword Command and Purple Sword Command. The difference was, under the Qing Sword Command, Shenyuan swordsmen had the right to make their own decisions. In other words, they could decide their actions according to the actual situation. They might obey the sword command, or they might not. Swordsmen had the right to make their own decisions. Under the Purple Sword Command, there was no room for negotiation. You had to do it whether you wanted to or not. Resisting was betraying the sect. For such a big matter, the Qing Sword Command was issued. Outsiders would definitely be confused, but the few young gods present understood their senior brother's helplessness, because in Xiao Mountain, there was a Zhonglao Peak, where the old people of Shenyuan Sword Vein gathered. They were in their twilight years and would spend the rest of their lives there. These people, even if they thought with their butts, would not leave. Even if the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals came, they could only fight with their lives. These people could not be controlled. They could not be controlled. They had all contributed to Shenyuan and were raised here. How could you let them become deserters in their old age? How could that be? Not to mention Shenyuan Swordvein, even the Three Pure Ones and Tai Daoist sects had a large number of old men and women who refused to leave when they evacuated Qing Kong a few years ago. The Three Pure Ones were also helpless. They could not control them. These people were already very old, and their combat strength was greatly reduced. Therefore, no matter what, they had to leave a few young men who were willing to stay behind to take care of them. If there was really no enemy attack, they would not be empty and be taken advantage of by some space thieves. This kind of thing could not be arranged by force, because the majority of sword cultivators still wanted to participate in the more magnificent defense of the Fifth Ring, so they could only issue the Azure Sword token and let them make their own decisions. No one knew when the war would begin. Uncle Guang did not dare to delay. He gathered his men and set up all the large floating rafts in Shenyuan, and rushed towards Qing Kong. Actually, it was not only perfected Lord Yuanying, but also those Jindan Foundation establishment cultivators who were willing to come, as well as those from other sects of Qing Kong who were willing to go to the Fifth Ring to fight. This was the last voyage. After Shenyuan, even if the Qing Kong cultivators wanted to leave, they would have nowhere else to go. There was also a group of people in the Fifth Ring who were in the middle of a discussion. This was the lair of Wushang. 11 young gods were sitting in a circle, and there were also some who were out on business. Just this point alone was enough to show the depth of the school of Taoism. A young god was still introducing. In addition to our Dingshan domain, we have also recruited many people from other domains. There are very few outstanding ones, but we have achieved our goal in terms of numbers. It might be a little difficult to pull them into the void universe to fight, but it is not a problem to put them in the domain to prevent the insects from attacking. Another was also very serious. We have spies in the 30 universes around the main whirl. The closer we are to the center, the more there will be. It is enough for us to discover them early and take the initiative to attack. It is the same in the anti-space. The coordinates have been encrypted. This was done together with the Three Pure Ones and Shenyuan. However, I estimate that they will not approach through the anti-space, as it is easy for us to ambush them. I am afraid that they will come all the way from the main world. There were also young gods who were in charge of the internal integration of the Fifth Ring. The 267 sects of the Fifth Ring have already been organized. They are all led by masters, and they can gather in case of a battle. Everyone is familiar with this, so there will not be any mistakes. Please rest assured, senior brother. The preparation work before a war was tedious, and it was not as easy as ordinary people imagined. The people of the Fifth Ring had their own unique understanding of this. They were all experienced in large-scale wars, so they never doubted the success or failure of a war. The only thing they were not sure of was how they would win. A young god who had just returned put forward his own opinion. When I was traveling through the void, I once encountered a Zhuyang by chance, but I did not make any contact with it. I suddenly saw it and left. But I have always been thinking, why did the primordial sacred beasts appear in a place they should not be at such a sensitive time? Is this inevitable? Or is it a coincidence? His new discovery caused the supreme young gods to be extremely vigilant. They believed that there was a deeper level of inevitability behind every coincidence. It was just that they had not discovered it yet. The senior brother they were talking about, the current supreme elder, the young god supreme Taoist Chang Jin, looked at the sky. Inform the Three Pure Ones of Shenyuan that we have one more opponent, the primordial sacred beast. It seems that they are very dissatisfied with the restart of the era. Needless to say, these were all old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. Of course, they understood where the primordial sacred beast's dissatisfaction came from. However, this was not something they could control. A young god snorted coldly. It seems that the respect humans have received for millions of years has caused them to develop some unrealistic psychological superiority. The general trend has been set. Whether it is the side of the main world or the side of the Heaven's Choice rebellion space, they will all follow this path. Just to vent their emotions, these so-called sacred beasts do not know what they are anymore. They should be looking for the sword vein. A young god joked. No. Our propaganda over the past 10,000 years has already put the blame on our own head. We have achieved the goal of blurring the role of the sword immortal, but at the same time, it has also caused trouble for the fifth ring. Loss and gain have always been opposite. Another young god smiled helplessly. A young god was a little worried. Senior brother Chang Jin, will mobilizing the power of Dingxin's hometown create a power vacuum and put Dingxin in danger? Chang Jin shook his head. No, how many realms are there in Zhuju, Gemini, and Dhn? They will not take a fancy to Dingxin, because Dingxin has not caused trouble for the immortals of the immortal court. If the opponent is strong enough, they will only take a fancy to Qingkong. A young god smiled and said, the three pure ones are still as wretched as ever. They were the first to withdraw from Qingkong, which makes things difficult for Shen Yuan. Chang Jin shook his head. No. Don't underestimate the three pure ones. If they really do something bad, they will continue to drag it out, making Shen Yuan in a dilemma and unable to make a decision. In every major event, the three pure ones are good in this aspect. It is precisely because they have to consider the overall situation that they decided to withdraw. They want to tell Shen Yuan not to have any illusions, and it is better to withdraw from Qingkong as soon as possible. The people of the fifth ring never help each other in real danger. Family matters should be solved at home, and we can't lose face outside. On this point, the three pure ones have done it. It is also because of the three pure ones' stance that Shen Yuan has also begun to withdraw. This is a late but incomparably correct decision. A young god chuckled. Shen Yuan has no successor. If it was 10,000 years ago, how could he be so passive? Coerced by others? I'm afraid he would have withdrawn long ago. Chang Jin shook his head as if he could not stop. You are wrong. If it was 10,000 years ago, they would have given up on the fifth ring. They would have protected Qingkong. This is the style of a true sword lunatic. However, you are right about one thing. The current Shen Yuan is like a weasel. He can't be full for long and can't be swayed. This is the reason why Taoism is the true ruler of the universe. Chapter 1339. In the universe, every power that was involved in this storm was making the same preparations. In the Heaven's Choice continent, the competition between Buddhism and Taoism was coming to an end. Grouping, division, unifying. Before the army set off, there were a lot of things to do. They needed to establish a quick command system, communications, security, routes, marching arrangements, and countless other complicated things. Even if the leaders were sun gods for thousands of years, not many of them had such experience. Therefore, everything was perfected in the process of exploration, gradually changing from chaos to order. This was why they couldn't set off immediately. One person, one country, and hundreds or thousands of countries were two completely different concepts. Even mortal soldiers needed long periods of training, not to mention these unruly cultivators. The same situation was happening in Zhujian. No matter how slow the people of Zhujian were, they had already realized the danger they were in. In fact, the recall of cultivators had already begun, and Zhujian wasn't lacking in people. Even the 3,000 little continents had begun mobilizing before the war. Yuanying and above had to participate in the attack and defense of the heaven and earth chessboard. None of them could stay out of it. Zhujian had raised them, and now was the time to repay it. Recently, something big had happened in Zhujian. The 7 upper sects of Taoism had directly pressured Bitter Zen Temple and 10,000 Buddhas to express their attitude. This was almost the final ultimatum. If it didn't mean that there would be a civil war soon. As for the final result, no one knew except for the highest level of Zhujian, but the Buddhist machine in Zhujian had also been activated. Although they were Buddhist, but they were also Zhujian's Buddhist. Bearing the karma of those who had fated together, these things couldn't be avoided. Integration was everywhere. Under the immense pressure of the Heaven's Choice continent, the people of Zhujian finally united. Their war experience was extremely limited, but fortunately, they still had the heaven and earth chessboard. The left Zhu galaxy, an ancient galaxy, the azure sky world, an ancient celestial body, Mount Yi, an ancient land of inheritance. Almost all the high-level cultivators of Xuanyuan's Mount Xiao gathered in front of the Sword Qi Rushing Heaven Pavilion. This was a cultivator's intuition. Before the great change of the world, not only did they return from their travels in the universe, but also the swordsmen from the other continents in the Blue Sky continent. They had been waiting for the order from the dome for a long time. The reason why he chose to stay in the sword energy rushing to the Sky Pavilion was not because Guangbo was an external sword, but because there were very few sword cultivators in Xiao Mountain. Therefore, it was unnecessary for him to go to Wangguang Peak. After reading out the orders from the dome, Uncle Guang quietly looked at the 200 nascent souls in front of him. Among them, at least half of them were elderly. After hearing his orders, they only cupped their fists in a symbolic and courteous manner. Then, he lifted his buttocks and left. It was as if he couldn't even be bothered to speak to him. Regarding this, Uncle Guang was not angry at all. Even though his cultivation was far higher than these stubborn old men, he was at a disadvantage in terms of aura, because he wanted to retreat. But these old men wanted to resist. However, these old men did not show any signs of incitement. They were betting their lives here, but they did not want the young people to bet their lives here as well. They could understand the orders from the sect logically, but they could not accept it emotionally. It was that simple. Among the remaining dozens of Yuanying perfected cultivators, there were still people who made Uncle Guang's eyes light up. There were people he was familiar with, and there were also people he was not familiar with. When he pulled them back to the fifth ring, they were all elites that could be used. He was a little puzzled. How could there be so many good seedlings in Xiao Mountain? Didn't they pull back a lot of them every once in a while? What was the reason for the omission? Personal reasons? Systematic reasons? Time is of the essence. I will not stay here any longer. The life and death battle of the fifth ring requires the participation of each and every one of you. To the sect, each and every one of you is indispensable. In the future, when you grow old, you will feel proud to have participated in this battle. There will also be people who will find new opportunities. I know how you feel about this place. What I want to say is that Qingkong will never be lost. When the fifth ring is established, this will be the first place we will return to. You will still have the opportunity to contribute to your home planet. Then, those who are willing to follow the sect's orders, get on the raft. I, Shenyuan swordsman, do not have so many parting word. To Uncle Guang's satisfaction, very soon, there were swordsmen who responded to his call. With a start, everything was logical. This was not running away, but joining the more important battle. But gradually, his face darkened. Because the few people he valued the most did not react at all. Was this a fear? Or was there another reason? He could not wait any longer. He had to end everything here as soon as possible. The resources of Xiao Mountain were already packed. They were just waiting for him to go back and give the order to return. He first pointed to a swordsman he was most familiar with. She was also a famous figure in the outer Yuanying sword group, known as the Ice Fairy. But now, she was already a perfected cultivator. She was just a young perfected cultivator of 1,000 years old, and her future was bright. Smokey, what's your reason? Smokey was not afraid and looked straight at him. Good, Brother Guang knows that Smokey is a native of Qing Sky. I am a perfected cultivator here. I have the obligation to protect the mountains and rivers here. Qing Sky people. Uncle Guang was not clear about this fact, but since she insisted, this was the right given to her by the Qing sword token. She pointed to another Kuan cultivator. Although he was not familiar with him, he knew that he was the inner sword perfected cultivator who was sent to guard Qing Sky a few years ago. He also had a bright future. Yang Dai, your mission has been cancelled. Why are you so obsessed with this? Are you also a Qing Sky person? Yang Dai bowed demurely, but her tone was much softer than Smokey's. But everyone present could feel the firmness in her word. Brother, the sect's mission may have been cancelled, but Yang Dai never gives up halfway. Unless I am sure Qing Sky is safe, I will not leave. Uncle Guang felt a headache coming on. Were all Kuan cultivators nowadays so stubborn and bad-tempered? Kuan cultivators could not handle it, but Chen cultivators could, right? He glared at a Yuanying who had a weaker aura. What's your name? Yuanying seemed to be cowering under the sun god's aura. Bing Ku. Uncle Guang looked straight at him. I think you lack courage, confidence, and opportunity. Only on the battlefield can you gain courage. Only when you walk out will you have confidence. Only when you throw yourself into the great tide of the universe will the opportunity favor you. Eagles can only see further when they soar in the sky. If he only guarded his own little piece of land, he would never be able to achieve anything in the future. You lack so much, but you would still rather guard Qing sky and let down your own potential. Do you want to learn from those cowards and waste your life here? Bing Ku stammered, Uncle Master, I actually lack a master. Chapter 1340. Uncle Guang was somewhat exasperated. He looked at a Yuanying beside him. Why did you stay? Li Peinan said righteously, Martial Uncle, because I was afraid that guy would harm others. I could only bear the responsibility. Uncle Guang felt that this trip was not going smoothly. This Xiao Mountain was very strange. Not only were the old guys stubborn, but the young people were also stubborn. He stared at a slightly arrogant young man in snow-white clothes. You are at the peak of the inner sword Yuanying. The fifth ring needs you. The smoke wave stood like a pine tree. Qingkong also needs me. Uncle Guang sighed and looked at the last young man. He was also the youngest and had the greatest potential. You are Huang Xiaoya? I heard the manager of the Soaring Heaven Pavilion mention you. If I can't bring a talent like you back to the fifth ring, Senior Marshal Brother Guandu will be angry. Come to the fifth ring, we will give you a bigger stage. Huang Xiaoya firmly shook her head. No. I want to wait here for Senior Marshal Brother. I want to see if he is lying to me. Uncle Guang understood that these people were all waiting for their Senior Marshal Brother, a person who shone brightly when he was at the Foundation Establishment realm, but disappeared after forming his core. He was also the person who the Soaring Heaven Pavilion once thought had the most potential among the Shenyuan Outer Sword. Unfortunately, that guy's temper was too wild. He left for 600 years. It was really hard to have so many friends waiting for him. Uncle Guang left. Cultivators were cultivators, and rules were rules. The meaning of the Azure Sword token was that cultivators could do what they thought was right. He was not an unreasonable person, and he knew that many accidents often happened in some inconceivable situations. Hopefully, it was a good result. Who knew? Looking at the floating rafts gradually rising into the sky, Ice Guest Sword felt somewhat uncertain. Marshal Uncle is leaving just like that. If he insists and accepts me as his disciple, maybe I will really go to the fifth ring. Li Peinan looked at him with some disdain. Sun God True Monarch? Do you understand? That is a great cultivator who has intuition about life and death. He dares to accept a disaster like you as his disciple? I'm afraid even a half-immortal can't resist. Only I will play with you. Who else would be willing? Ice Guest Sword did not mind. Do you guys think that Senior Brother will really come back? It's been more than 600 years. Maybe he's already married and had children there. No one said anything. Who could say for sure? Only the proud and aloof Yang Bo opened his mouth. Of course he will come back. Because there was no commotion that he did not participate in. If you want to find a dung beetle, you have to take a dump first. Boring. Yang Bo, your mouth is getting smellier and smellier. Smoky Turtle always acted like a big sister. Let's go. We'll go to Old Man Peak and discuss with the seniors how to defend against the macro membrane. Ice Guest Sword shouted from behind, Senior sister, aren't the few of us too few? Why don't Senior Marshal Brother Li and I make a trip to the Thousand Islands region and bring a few dozen rogue cultivators to Yuanying? Li Peinan said angrily, if you want to go, go by yourself. Don't drag me along. Your reputation as the jinx of Ice Guest stinks in the Thousand Islands region. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back alive. The group of people noisily flew towards Old Man's Peak. They weren't in the mood to be disappointed. Why did they stay? Each had their own reasons, but more or less, they were all related to a certain person. With their level and experience, they still didn't have a thorough understanding of the general situation. But there was one thing. A certain person had left behind this so-called jade slip more than 600 years ago. It was full of nonsense, but his grasp of the general situation still had some potential as a swindler. Since he had already guessed it, how could he not appear after the big show started? Xiao Ya was mysterious. I've read in novels. Usually, this kind of return is very legendary. Do you think that senior marshal brother has already transformed into the commander of the enemy, leading the enemy to jump into the pit? Smoky Turtle sighed and patted her shoulder. Xiao Ya, you need to read less novels. With your senior marshal brother's conduct, what else can he do besides swords? With that ridiculous little flame of his. No matter how blind the enemy is, how can they tolerate a swordsman mingling among them? And even become a commander? Huang Xiao Ya was very curious. Is what senior marshal sister said true? I remember that before senior marshal brother left, he told me that his talent for magic cultivation was very high. Learning swords was the wrong path. Yang Bo really couldn't help it. Talent for magic cultivation? Pooh. That little flame of his is more like lighting a cigarette. You can't be so fierce. Li Peinan sighed at the side. The remaining few were all strange. Needless to say, Ice Guest died that day. He would be very happy to deal with his funeral, but he might not be able to endure it. Senior Marshal Sister Smoky Turtle was born to be a big sister, ordering them around like donkeys. Senior Marshal Sister Yang Dai was mysterious, like a witch. Senior Marshal Brother Yang Bo always acted as if others owed him a lot of wisdom. Everyone was stuck at the peak of Yuanying. Do you have to be so proud? And Huang Xiao Ya, who looked innocent and unaffected, was actually holding back to make fun of Senior Marshal Brother. What didn't she understand? It was just that she didn't speak ill of herself and liked to hear others speak ill of her. He was very curious. When did he mix with this group of people? There was probably only one reason. A cultivator's intuition. A Dao intuition. A human intuition. Many things combined made them feel that the best choice was to stay here. From a rational point of view, this was very unreasonable. However, cultivators often didn't